Conrad, so welcome. Sia sempre più bello. Thank you. I don't know what that means, but is that Spanish? I think it's Spanish. I appreciate the. Let me Google translate that. Let me ChatGPT that really quick. Translate. More and more beautiful. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I wish they had automatic translate. I hope everyone's doing really well this morning. Second, let me go check on the dog. I think he wants to come back inside. No, he's fine. Never mind. False alert. False alert, the dog is fine. Oh yeah, my microphone. I had to buy myself a Red Bull because I was like super tired. I was dying over here. I had to buy myself a Red Bull because I was dying today. I just couldn't not have a Red Bull. Kamusta ka pare my booty, Ajukoshi, my booty. Yeah, I thought the watch through went well yesterday. I had a lot of fun last night. I thought people had good inputs on the movie. I'm surprised we didn't have like more volume issues. I thought we were gonna be I came for low energy. Yeah, I woke up and I was like super tired and it was like already 10:30. And so I got myself a Red Bull. So I feel a lot better, but it is gonna be like a little bit of a low energy stream. Unlike my usual streams. One sec, I gotta let the dog in. I don't know why he's barking. Here, come here, baby. Let's show you to the world. Come on. Come here. Who's your big baby? He knows about the camera. Okay. But yeah, Son Homie, we had the Alien, we watched Alien Prometheus because it's the Jipochi, Alien Prometheus, that's the first thing in the timeline of the Alien series, right? Like, that's like the first one. Slipknot fan, lol. Slipknot fan, we didn't see you there, but you were in our hearts. You were in our spirit. It was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun. Stop.
Yeah, we would pause the movie and talk about it because there was a lot of Prometheus had a lot of like silly ideas, and um, we were just discussing it and watching the movie. Overall, I thought we had like a really great time as a community. Slipknot fan, are you said you were also British, right? You said a Caucasoid British, right? If I remember correctly. Kamuwamu, hey! We were just talking about Prometheus. Honestly, what's weird is like it felt like that movie. I felt like even though we kept pausing it and talking about it, it felt like it lasted like 15 minutes. I don't know why, but it's like we like it just felt like the movie wasn't long at all. I remember it being a really long movie. It was the first on the list. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're going in a historically accurate timeline and watching all the movies on Discord of the Alien. There was lots of laughing. British Caucasoid lol. British Caucasoid lol. Slipknot fan says hello Kamuwamu. Slipknot fan is saying hello to Kamuwamu. No answer so far, but we'll keep you updated if he responds to that hello. Up next, will Kamuwamu respond to a hello from YouTube? Usually we don't encourage fraternizing between platforms. We do want hate and between the platforms. Cotton candy is a great touch. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't changed I'm gonna change the mouth towards the end. I don't think it's gonna be that difficult. I just didn't know how you want cause it's hard to change lips, and cause I'm like in my mind there's only like one type of lip, and I'm just like cotton candy is a great touch. Thank you, Justine. Murder Hollow, ayo. I don't know why I didn't sleep super well, but I got myself a couple Red Bulls to get through this. It's these tiny, like little tiny ones. Did you see the video of father telling his son he won £1,000,000 of lottery? Is that a real? I did see it, but is that real or was that fake news? Because it's like I feel like it's easy to fake that. I don't know how do you find out if that video is real? You know. I think it didn't seem long because we were having fun talking, a bit like how a car journey doesn't seem as long when everyone's talking. Hey Slipknot. Oh, Kamuwamu did respond with a hey Slipknot. Probably the best video I've seen this year. It was nice. It is nice to win £1,000,000. I would also enjoy winning £1,000,000. Oh, somebody towards the end of the stream, someone came in and gave us 5 subscribes anonymously. So they like the show enough to give me money, but not enough to be associated with me directly, which I find interesting. But I get it. I appreciate the anonymous donation. That was real because that channel is an official news outlet. Nice. I hope they can pay off their mortgage and have a nice life. It's okay. It's my fault. I was not clear on the subject. I got you. I think it's because you said lips. I figured you wanted like different lip structure, not so much like a different facial expression. I think the face is long enough where I can add in open mouth and teeth, and it's not gonna look weird. I actually think like it probably is gonna help. How are you doing, Yuri? I'm doing really good. A little tired, but I've already like packed in a couple Red Bulls, like these like little Red Bulls, so I feel a lot better. Sometimes like a Red Bull will really save the day. Like it really will. If you're not, I'm not saying like you should never drink them, obviously, but it's probably worse than cigarettes. Decent bit chatty today. I like it. Yeah, came in at a good time. Yeah. The channel is called Mirror, which is a newspaper in England, so that's their channel. noise. It's good to see people win sometimes, you know. Yeah, I think Prometheus is a good movie. I think overall, I give it like a 7 out of 10. Which is, I know that's kind of like a safe number to be giving out, because it's kind of like, a generic answer, but I thought it was a strong... Elizabeth Claire Meyer, an anonymous donation is more likely to show your sincere support. Like, I don't need to thank you, I just want support. I know, I twisted it into more of like, it's like, I like you, I just don't want my name on this. Red Bull is my savior in the morning before I start work. Yeah, they do taste great. The taste is fantastic. Prometheus was cool. Yeah, we watched it last night. Hey man, haven't watched the Alien movies in a long time. We were watching them on Discord together. We had a few people show up, and it was great. Me and Jipoche are gonna do it regardless, but we definitely want to get more people involved. I know it's hard for the European folks because of the time stuff, because of how time works. And obviously the globe is round, so the sun is not shining on them at that moment. I thought everyone had like really good input too about the movie and the direction of the movie. In the video's description, it said he's a single father who is recovering from bowel cancer, so he deserved to win, I think. Yeah. Yeah. See, I didn't know the context. I didn't know the context of that he was like suffering from cancer or was recovering from cancer. The globe is round. The globe is round, damn. Well, Jipoche, let me ask you this. Is it flat where you are? Because it's flat where I am. So that kind of proves that it's flat. No, I'm just kidding. I love Prometheus visual style. There are some sketchy plot holes. Yeah, they played fast and loose with the rules a little bit. But overall, I think Prometheus is a good movie experience. Yeah, I thought so too. Like I said, it's like a strong, solid 7. You know what I mean? It's like... If the first Alien movie is like a 10 out of 10 as far as the horror genre, if it's a 10 out of 10, then I would say Prometheus is a 7 out of 10 overall. Like, not, you know, I think if they would have laid in a little bit, I think the movie would have gotten to like an 8 for me if there was more exposition on the engineers' part. If the engineers, when they woke up, they gave a little bit of a speech, like their philosophy, and explain to the humans why they have to be destroyed. I think for me, that would have transcended the movie to a higher state. I watched, when I watched the first time, last 30 minutes of the movie made me sick. Too much slime. There was a lot of slime going on. I didn't see any curves at the beach, it's flat. Yeah, exactly. Proven. I didn't see any curves at the beach, it's flat. I'd give it a 7 as well, yeah. Because where I live, we have nothing but cornfields, and the earth is flat. I think that story is so interesting that it could be turned into a movie. Oh, the probably. I'm excited now. I'm like even more excited because I remember the next the Prometheus movie certainly put me off having a Cthulhu baby. Put me out. Yeah, the Cthulhu baby was very I remember that the first time I saw that, it was like, I don't know, it was like more gross. I think I've become more accustomed to stuff like that, just because the Alien series has a tendency to get ladies pregnant in the like, in a not very flattering way. If I may ask, do you prefer when a story doesn't answer questions, or answers everything? If you had to choose between those two extremes, I would say I would prefer it not answer everything. But what we don't, I guess what we're more complaining about is when the rules of the universe are played fast and loose with, and you can feel that it's like, not so much that they didn't answer the question, that they themselves don't know, so they're just kind of shoehorning events in there and things that may not really fit. I think that's when it gets frustrating. But if the internal logic of the story is solid, I'm fine with them not answering the questions. I remember in Prometheus, there's a scene when David is in the ship's control room, and he's in a chair that moves, and it stops, it wobbles briefly. It looks really cheap. Yeah. I mean, you mean when he went in the... you know what? Honestly, when David goes into the alien, the engineer's space, like, and they see their sleeping chamber, and they show the plastic top for the sleeping, it looks like plastic. It looks like molded plastic. It legit just looks... It does not look like some ancient, like, alien tech. You know what I mean? Like, when I was looking at that scene when they, like, zoomed in on that, on the engineer's sleeping pod, I'm like, this looks like plastic. There's a few moments like that where it's like, alright guys, you could have, I don't know, you could have just spray painted the edges or something. Like, the illusion of it being solid metal piece chair is ruined. But yeah, it does. You're absolutely right. When you catch little things like that, it really pulls you out of the sense that this is what it is, which obviously shows it's made of molded plastic. Just said something similar. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, there was a few moments, you know, where it's like they could have put a little spray paint on stuff and kind of made it look a little less plasticky or something, but I'm not gonna complain too much. Also, you know what? I would even say that when when David was opening the doors and using the technology, he would like press on the rocks, and it would have that green glow. I thought that effect looked kind of cheap, if I'm being totally honest. That effect looked like it was like something anyone can do, and it was like, it just struck me as cheap, you know. I thought honestly, when he was touching those rocks, there was no need. I know they gotta like make it so like the average person can understand what's going on. So they gotta be like, boop, 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 boop. They gotta do that whole thing. But if like they shouldn't have done any lights when he was touching the walls. There's no reason for that. Or they should have had him put fingers in there and go. Like, that would have worked better. So you still understand that he did something, but it's not necessarily like green glowing lights, which look kind of cheesy and cheap a little bit. I don't want to complain too hard right now, but... But as far as the story being explained, Elizabeth, I think I would rather have... Obviously, you want a little bit of a cliffhanger and something to ask for the next movie. You don't want to answer everything. So I would rather have questions unanswered, ultimately. And give something to think about, you know. I agree with your point. I prefer when the story has gaps in a good way. Right, right. Innuendo says Freddie Mercury is goated. Nice. But yeah, a few Red Bulls will make you chatty. Sorry, my brain is like glitching out right now. I was I was playing an open front last night, and I named my faction Friendly Trader, and not traitor, but traitor, and I literally was left alone because of that. No one attacked me because I just traded with everyone. But ultimately, you do have to win. I did lose. I've seen so many stories that start with, in the beginning, there was nothing. And then the exploration of everything, and only then the prologue itself. And that's unnecessary information. Hold on, I have to reread that. I've seen so many stories that start with, in the beginning there was nothing, and then explanation of everything, and only then the prologue itself. That's unnecessary information. I think I agree with you. I feel like I'm not exactly sure what you mean. I'm struggling to remember movies like that, but I think I agree with you, regardless. I'm siding with you in spirit, even if I don't fully. I don't know if I fully understand, but I think I know what you mean. If you could just give me an example, I mean excessive information dump. Yeah, I think when they excessive information dump, my brain kind of tends to turn off when that happens. It just stops working when there's like too much dialogue or too much like exposition for like going on for like 13 minutes straight. My brain just stops working. I've seen a guy who plays the main engineer in real life at comic convention. His name is Ian Whitty. He is absolutely massive. Yeah. They do be picking the alien baby that came out in Romulus. That was a very tall basketball player who looks. I don't know if they needed to like really put makeup on him, because he doesn't look that far off from the engineer, the weird baby that came out of her. I think Meyer is saying there's too much exposition dialogue. Show, don't tell. But see, the problem is showing and not telling takes talent and like planning. It's really a lot easier just to tell than to tell a story through visual communication. That takes planning, and like there are directors that can like show you things as they pan the camera, and the story is being told through the universe, but that takes like a lot of work. But yeah, I agree. I completely agree. That takes like planning and talent and stuff like that. Honestly, a part of me kind of feels bad for the Wayland guy, the old guy who was trying to become immortal. There was a part of me that kind of wanted him, because he's like this, you know, he's like clinching to life and his power. And there's a part of me where I wanted him to win, to be honest. A part of me wanted the engineers to like have respect for him because he's like such a dedicated, like ruthless kind of a businessman. And then he, like, I wanted him to kind of win a little bit. I kind of felt bad for him. Even though he didn't seem like a very good father. Like, she kind of became, the girl, the blonde hair girl, she kind of became a psychopath, kind of like following in his footsteps. So she was like super cold too. But I do wonder when they had the scene when she goes to him and she gives him the speech about it's a natural order of things for the king to have his reign and then die. If she was doing that to like convince him to hand over the company, because as long as he's legally alive, she can't like gain control. So I do wonder if that's what that scene was about. Blonde girl daughter just became flatbread. Yeah, she was turned into a pancake. For those who haven't, she got turned into a pancake. But yeah, it did feel like she gave him that speech because she wanted the control of the company, and she needed him to kind of die off. And you know, there was that like tension there a little bit. Honestly, if I was the daughter of the main guy of Wayland U. Tony guy, you could do anything with your life. I don't know if I would necessarily be going on these like space missions. I think I would more be interested in like anything else. Like she has all the money in the world, most likely. Unless he's one of those you gotta earn it yourself kind of fathers. Then maybe not, but it makes me think, like, would I give Mike, if I had a bunch of money, would I give them money? I think I would, unless they were bad kids. I don't know, it's kind of hard to say, because money destroys some people, but some people it doesn't destroy them. I'd rather end up as a flatbread rather than die from giving birth to a xenomorph. Jipochi, I kind of agree with you. I don't know if I would be like psychologically healthy if I ended up like giving birth to a xenomorph. I think that would be kind of traumatic. That's why I was hoping in Romulus when the big boy was born, the tall, weird engineer-looking alien. I was half hoping that they would that it wasn't gonna like kill the mother, and I wanted that thing to be like sort of an intelligent link between the humans and the aliens and stuff. You know, because she did birth him. It wasn't like it sprang out of her. Like it wasn't like the infection with the facehugger. This was her birth. You would hope the baby would have like some kind of confusion and at least be like sympathetic to the mother, and then maybe like it takes her away, and then we find her becoming like like being turned into like a queen or something, you know, something cool like that. Instead, it's just like it just starts killing her. It's like, what the? It's difficult to tell a sci-fi or fantasy story without the whole load of expositionary dialogue. Because otherwise the viewer doesn't understand what the hell is going on. The unfortunate consequence of expositionary dialogue is that character development is sacrificed in a movie. It has limited time compared to a book. I think that's why the original Alien movie is so great, because it sacrifices expositionary dialogue to develop characters in the movie. Oh, Ian, come here. There he is. There he is. Oh, yeah, baby. The wrinkle and fold shading is so well done. I'm trying to pull it off. Sober and Strong Warriors. You do tattoos also? I do not tattoo. No, I just draw. I'm just a drawing enjoyer here. Atlas. Nice dog. Thank you for the FNFRI says nice dog. Thank you. Thank you for the nice dog. Buona continuazione e pesto the best. Thank you. Your art is amazing, by the way. Thank you, FNF. I appreciate that. I don't know about the best, but we're striving to become successful artists here. Or whatever, you know. I definitely want to get gooder. I think I'm slowly getting gooder. I was looking at, I looked at a post on Jim Lee posted Superman standing at the edge of a skyscraper, like looking through the window, and they did kind of like this really high FOV kind of look. And I don't like understand the high, my P brain can't like process the high FOV stuff. I don't understand how they like stretch it out and make it make sense without having it be distorted. but yeah, I gotta like look into that. But I find all that crazy perspective amazing. The Korean guy that can do whole scenes in spherical perspective from imagination crazy. Is that the? It's not the same one as the G guy, right? It's like a different guy. Yeah, I also find that to be amazing. I also find that to be kind of amazing. I don't know why, but I kind of think that like drinking the small Red Bulls, they almost taste better than like if you buy like a really large Red Bull. I don't know how to explain it, but they feel, they definitely have like a different kind of vibe to them, the little ones. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, guys. Be right back. Sitting down feels good. Nice. I guess the smaller volume of the smaller Red Bull can create slower flow of liquid on the tongue. Yeah, there's that. I also kind of think, oh my god, nice Filingre Zane Kunst again. I can't, it sounds like I'm pretty sure that's a German word, the second one. Filingre Zane Kunst. Zane Kunst. Am I saying that wrong? Right? I gotta ChatGPT that really quick. Let me ChatGPT that really quick. The translation is German, can be translated as filigree drawing art or delicate drawing art, fine line art. Zank Kunst. Drawing art. A drawing of art. Zank Kunst. Zank Kunst. The art of drawing. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a great day. I like the taste, never the side effects, the hangover of the drink. I feel extra tired the day after. Oh, from the Red Bulls? I honestly, like, I feel great. I feel like my lungs open up. I definitely crash hard if I drink too much caffeine juice. Yeah, there is that. I like the taste, but never the side effects. Buona continuazione, good continuation. The best wishes for the future. A presto. See you soon, or until soon. I'm definitely like after those two little Red Bulls, I'm definitely getting that weird like kind of sensation on my tongue from too much sugar. I'm definitely getting that right now. Okay, silly question, but interesting to think about. If you're blessed with the ability to drink alcohol until you pass out and have no negative effects the next day, but you avoid all alcohol because you don't like the taste of alcohol and the feeling of being drunk, is it a waste? I think so. I think so. Because then, like, if then you just wouldn't drink it, right? Because nobody likes the taste of. Does anybody like the taste of alcohol? I feel like that's the part we drink through to get to the the drunk part, right? I don't know. It just seems like nobody likes it. Not really save your liver. No, but she's saying no negative effects. What is the dog doing? He was just outside. Silly question, but interesting to think about. If you're blessed with the ability to drink alcohol until you pass out and no negative effects the next day, the problem is that drinking kind of like eats up a lot of time. Because it's like you're kind of unproductive during those hours. So it kind of like I think even if you don't suffer the side effect, I mean, I think if you didn't enjoy the experience, you wouldn't drink. It is kind of a wasted thing. But even if you suffered no negative consequence, like your liver didn't take any damage, and the issue is like I feel like with alcohol, it kind of eats up a lot of time. If I'm being honest, that's the other issue. Just the productive hours you can output just goes down too much to drink consistently. I like the taste of beer, but I drink non-alcoholic beer. I do like the taste of beer a little bit. I mean, maybe you guys have better tasting beer. Our beer isn't very like something you write home about, so like you wouldn't voluntarily drink it. In America, it's not something that someone would maybe like in your country, like the beer tastes better. I don't know. Because here it's just not really good enough to drink like that. But yeah, I'm a beer enjoyer for sure. Like versus any other alcohol, I'll pick beer any day. Even though it's like in America, beer's like kind of a low class drink. It's, you know what I mean? It's like it's considered like the lowest type of alcohol in terms of status, but I do like beer more than anything. The important thing is you are enjoying the drink you're drinking. Yes. We have normal taste. I don't know how it is in other countries. We have normal taste. It's just American beer is considered to be like not very good, but I don't know. I haven't tasted too many beers, so like a literal metal hammer. I don't drink booze for pleasure. I drink it to get drunk. The only time I drink for pleasure is to taste is it old cold beer on a hot day with chips, or a glass red wine with some roast beef or lamb. A regular hammer, but you have to hit a metal stove. In Germany, most beers have 4.9, but I can't tolerate much alcohol. 4.9 is pretty high for alcohol, for level of alcohol. I see, like, when I drink, I usually nurse a beer. Like, I'll just be sipping on a beer while I play video games. So I try not to, I try to stay in that 2 beer zone. You know how you get, like, that when you first get that feeling of, like, you're starting to get, you feel the effect of the alcohol. And I maintain that. So if I'm gonna game for like 3 or 4 hours, I basically maintain that steady pace. I don't get blitzed now. I don't enjoy that. Really, like getting super hammered like that. For me, my drinking is more like I just sit here and I play video games quietly and I nurse a beer basically. Like slowly just kind of go through it. That's how I drink now, you know, when I do. Or last night I was drinking Tall Boys while watching movies, and yeah, just kind of. You would have fun at parties or gatherings. You would have fun at parties or gatherings with friends, though. You got good alcohol tolerance and take care of your drunk friends while you're drinking with them. Yes, y'all, except wine and roast beef. It's expensive. That's pretty sweet of your father. A regular hammer, but you have to hit a metal stove. A strout liver is a blessing and a curse. Everyone bought a 2-liter bottle of beer and they decided it would be interesting to see who could drink it in all in one gulp. After that, they bought vodka and then finished with wine. I won, by the way. Now I understand that was stupid. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. With the competition drinking, you gotta be careful with that. Like. Future Oil, welcome. But then those were my student years. Yeah, I guess like I didn't have that here. Like I had a few drinking friends, but we never did like that level of drinking. But, you know, not to say that we didn't partake, but nothing like what you're describing in terms of like that much beer and then followed by vodka. That seems... Hello, space travelers. Hello, Future Oil. I would have passed out after drinking the beer and then a shot of vodka. I hope you guys had food laying around, but a lesson learned before was never mix alcohol, blacked out, or hard. I've never blacked out. I've never once like lost consciousness to where I couldn't remember what happened the other day. Like that's never ever happened to me. Never mix alcohol. I have heard that. I have heard that. I just remember getting patted with cold ice cubes and cold towel and just hearing noises, but I'm very unconscious. Good thing I was just with relatives. It's the messiest time of my life. Although it was funny, I won't lie. I mean, I've had some good experiences, don't get me wrong. I was a bit slow last night, but I think the ship crashes was the one in Alien Part 1. See, the only thing about that... My only thing about the alien... So you think it's the... David said, though... David said that the alien... The spaceship in... when him and Elizabeth, when they were getting off of that... It was... What? Sorry. What's her name, Elizabeth? I forgot. The girl's name? Wasn't it also Elizabeth? No, Aries, you got drool. I'm sorry, you can't come over here. You got drool all over you. You gotta stay over there. What was the girl's name? Was it also Elizabeth? Oh, you got drool on you, bro. He's right there, but he's got drool coming off of him. Anyway, when the girl in Alien 1, or not Alien, Prometheus, when she was getting off, I never caught her name. Yeah, I didn't either. Drooly baby. Yeah, it's bad, dude. What happened? She, like... David said there's many ships like that on that planet. I don't know if it's the same planet they go into Alien 1, but she says that, or he says there's many ships like that. And the reason I think that ship is not the same ship, is because that ship has the black goo on it, and it has the containment center with the Elizabeth shot. Okay, so I didn't just my brain didn't just glitch out. I thought, I'm like, did I just say that because there's an Elizabeth in our chat? I was like, wait a minute, did my brain just completely glitch out? Yeah, Elizabeth Shaw. So when she is talking to David, he's like, there's a lot of ships here like that. So in Alien 1, that could have been the same planet and all that, but we don't really know if it was the same planet or what happened. You know, there's a lot of confusion going on there in those terms. But my main argument for, and I could be wrong because we don't know the full scope of that ship or like what chambers there are. They obviously didn't go everywhere, but in Alien 1 they have the egg. It's the egg ship. They have the eggs in there, and they got that blue light thing protecting the eggs. So I mean, it could be the first one because when that ship crashes, and maybe there was like eggs on that ship, we just never saw that. And then because of the crash is how the facehugger escapes and infects the engineer that's in that seat that we see. By the way, is the engineer that was in the ship? The engineer that was in the ship that when he was taking off, was that the same one that ran over to the laboratory and tried to kill Shaw? Was that the same one, or was that a different one? Why don't you switch to digital art? I'm not insisting. I'm just interested in your point of view on the topic. I don't have like an ideology around that kind of thing. I like them both. I just kind of do tradish. That's just what I do. I don't know. I don't have a take on it. It's just kind of how I function. I'm just an enjoyer. But yeah, I think that it's hard to say, right? Because if the engineer, I don't have low energy, I have no energy. Kaizaki, thank you for the comment. Oh my god, Innuendo, you've been talking this entire time and I didn't even respond to you. Innuendo says, hi guys, hi Nikki, hi Slipknot, for something very important, very, very important. New music today, drinking is haram. Oh, that's right, you guys aren't allowed to do that, right? Bro is not reading YouTube now. No, I do read. It's just that I was like, you know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta just ignore one of the chats because I can't read all of the chats. When you guys are all like when like all three chats are talking, I have to just like ignore one. But you're right. Drinking is haram. That is kind of crazy though. Like to think that like you've never had alcohol. Like that's it's good. Respect. I think you should definitely, like, if you can not drink alcohol, it's definitely better than drinking alcohol for sure. It is definitely haram. Don't do it, kids. But I definitely partake sometimes. Yeah, but like as far as digital art, I like it. I like what people can do, but I just do my own thing, you know. I'm just kidding, I got you. Innuendo, so you guys they do not sell alcohol in Iraq, right? Anyways, great work. I love them arm gesture. Have a great stream. Thank you, Daizajen. Daizajen 999. Thank you for the sorry, question marks are mistakes. I understand it. I still maintain that engineer that got woken up at the end was the janitor of the ship. He was cranky because his boss had just fired him over being hung over. Yeah, they picked the wrong engineer to wake up. They picked the wrong one. He said 0 words and just started killing people. I like to smoke weed. Oh, that's right. It is. I know it's in Germany. It's legal to smoke weed. Honestly, I always thought Germans would not allow that. It seems like not a German enjoyment. You know what I mean? To smoke weed. Never drink it and won't ever do it. Nice innuendo. I really hope Twitch doesn't ban you in my country from all these topics. Not really. You can have 50 grams at home on street 25. But how are you supposed to get 50 grams to your house if you can only carry 25 on the street? You know what I mean? Do you just carry 25 at a time until you gather enough? German laws are weird. It's like you should be able to have the same amount on the street, because if you can have 50 at home, how do you get it to your house without being arrested? My friend have tried it and he thinks it's awful. I've heard that Muslims, like, they're like, when they go to Europe, they start drinking, and I don't know if it's because they don't drink. They're actually some of the worst perpetrators of the alcohol, because they like don't have a, not tolerance, but just culturally they haven't had it, so they kind of go a little nutty. I based that on the video I watched on YouTube, so I have no idea. My Iraqi friend, nice. Interesting fact, when you say I don't drink alcohol anymore, people around you suddenly become more generous and invite you to more parties more often. Honestly, when I drank or didn't drink, it didn't matter. I never got invited to any parties. Oh, you can grow 2 or 3 plants? Nice. She lives in... No, Justine, she lives in Viking lands. She lives in like one of the Viking countries. It's like Sweetland or something. Stop spreading lies, lol. Oh, I'm telling you, it's what a British police officer said. Like when like Arabs, they immigrate to, like younger ones, they immigrate to Britain. They kind of drink. The ones that pick up drinking, it's worse. He said, off of his observation. I'm not trying to spread lies. That's just what I heard a YouTube cop say. He's bad at his job, though. Have you seen the inside was a mess? No, it was pretty clean. I mean, all the dead bodies, like, they didn't have time to clean that up because they went to sleep. Sometimes before you go to sleep, you gotta wait on the dead bodies a little bit to get to them later. Do you guys hate this music or do you guys like it? I'm just not sure. Wait a second, do you rarely have parties? Me personally, yeah. Last party I went to was a get-together with friends, and they had a cookout, and I actually got in the pool because it was really nice out. But I myself I'm not a big party goer. And when you don't go to parties, you don't get invited to. Eventually, people just stop inviting you because you never go. So, I'm not a big. Not, you know, I don't go to parties that often. It's once in a while I'll go to like cookout and say hi to everyone and stuff, and you know. But you can live that life in America for sure. You can find places to be and parties to go to. Also, I'm 35. I'm not nearly as excited to leave my house anymore, and I wasn't before now either. So it's like you know, it's. Well, yeah, I never got invited to parties either, regardless of my innervation level. It's fine, though. I never give a shit. Yeah, I kind of, you know, I didn't even know there were parties going on. Like, it wasn't like I knew about parties and I didn't get invited. I didn't even know they were happening. I just my own field of interest, and I just kind of, you know, existed. I don't think people even, like I said, when I used to install cable, my friend would always tell me how people gift them like marijuana. They would give him marijuana as a tip, and they never gave it to me. I never got marijuana, and I think I exude the unfun energy. I have, you know what I mean? I have like I'm gonna report you energy, or something. I don't know. Like I just I think people don't think of me as somebody to invite to a party because I'm gonna bring up the simulation theory, or something like that. You know what I mean? Or I'm gonna start talking about aliens. Or other conspiracy theories that I think are fun. I was actually one time I went to a party and I almost got into a full argument about whether you can have artificial gravity in space. And I was saying, like, if you have a rotating circle and you put up walls, you're gonna hit against that wall and there's gonna be a new floor. I'm like, how would it not be possible to have gravity in space? You just have to have a rotating thing. I'm sure it's more complicated than that. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's more nuances to it, but I will argue about, like, I will start arguments about dumb shit. I'm not an engineer. My grandfather was an engineer, though. How about payday, when your colleagues get paid and decide to celebrate together? I don't, like, people I worked with? I mean, I would talk to people I worked with, but we never had, only party I can tolerate now is watch parties with online people. Yeah. We did have a Discord party last night. We sat and watched the Alien movies together. That was fun. But yeah, we don't have the payday go out. Maybe that's more of a European thing, like the payday go out have fun thing. I just never had that. I just like, oh baby, look at you. Look at him. The dog. What are you doing? He's like a dinosaur. Yeah, I don't know. We never like really had like that kind of energy, I guess. To me, getting paid never meant go out. You know what I mean? I just went home and worked on some project or something. I'm just kind of weird like that, you know. Things are different in the world. I think it also depends on like who, like, I'm sure if I was that kind of person, I would have found that group of people to go out. You can definitely find that group of people, you know, that like payday, we go out and drink kind of crowd. It's just that I'm more of a work is over, I'm going home kind of person. I need to reset my energy from talking to all these people. I need to like defragment all this information. I had parties a lot when I was a teenager and early 20s. Then I got realized parties were ultimately boring, so I stopped going, and people stopped inviting me. It was a perfect symbiotic situation. I never even went through a party phase till like a little bit later. I was like my mid-20s maybe. And it was just a few of my friends getting together and having beers. Sometimes those would get out of hand a little bit. Although they did start a fist fight one time, and that's when I definitively ended parties at my house for sure forever. Once I had a situation where I had to call the cops. And then I never ever ever let anyone with alcohol inside my house. Some people are not fun and they cannot handle alcohol. I definitely spent loads of payday of booze and drugs when I was younger. What the? But now I spend my payday money on broken boilers and mortgage. Payday money on broken boilers and mortgage. Yeah. I had to replace my boiler in the Great Flood that flooded my basement. It like killed the electronics. I don't know, something like that. It was like something like that, and it was devastating. If the water had gotten half an inch higher, my air system in the basement would have been flooded too and destroyed. But I caught it just in time. And the city is not responsible for anything. They left a fire hydrant on, and it put so much water in the ground that it flooded my basement. No one's responsible. Oops. They close early at 5:30 p.m., so we're gonna be there a short time. You avoided being labeled as a party house. Oh yeah. I had a lady at work accuse me. She's like, "You're running a fight club." I'm like, "No. Guy A, guy B fought each other. I called the cops to get them out." They were trying to put, like, some lady was like that kind of vaguely knew their family was like, she was like, came up to me at work and she's like, "You're right. Why would I run a fight club? Are you retarded? Like, I'm not gonna get a like that'd be crazy." But that ended any kind of at my house. No one brings alcohol. That does not happen anymore. Maybe your neighbor wanted in on the fight club. No, it was a frail lady. It was a frail lady. It was a girl at work. You should have said yes. Would you like to join? We can set you up. That would have been funny. Earlier, I was referring to taking the fam to the Museum of Science and Industry. Grandma Nancy wanted to. No, it was just a rumor mill kind of a situation where like the local drunk peasants they like to run with the story, and they want to morph it into something else, like. The only thing that sucks about that museum, it is located in bad part of Chicago. Which one, Future Oil Painter? Which one are you going to? Sorry, Museum of Science and Industry. Isn't the Museum of Science and isn't it like on the kind of like on the harbor? Or is that the zoo one? Is that the animal one? Because I remember there's one that's in a nice part that's like by the water. You know what I'm talking about? By the wheel that turns or whatever. And then maybe the one you're talking about. Yeah, I don't go to Chicago. I used to go to Chicago to go get, because there's like a little European stores you can go buy things you can buy in like Europe, like food, and I would go there and buy like these wraps. It's like meat, and it's wrapped in like cabbage, like cooked cabbage. They're so good. It was like a Polish store. I never go there anymore. I don't go to Chicago. It's too crazy. You know what I mean? It's just too crazy. You better bring somebody that's gonna watch your car and has like a 9mm on them. If you want some delicious Polish food. That t-shirt creases are fire. Well, not a shirt, but the clothing detail. Thank you, Japoshi. I gotta get ready for the excursion. Future Will, make sure your wife is, make sure she's got, bring extra clips if you're gonna go to Chicago. Take care, have fun, take care. You're thinking of the Edler Museum. Baku says hi. What kind of, some kind of pierogish? Yeah, it's like, it's just like, I don't know, it's about the size of this microphone or something, like, and it's just like meat that's like spicy, like it's got some spice to it, and it's wrapped in cabbage. It's the best food ever, and they're called galupsi. That's how I know that they're called. That's what I remember is galupsi. They also had like really good soup. Like their soup was crazy good. And I'm not a huge soup guy, but man. Wrap lamb mince in cabbage or vine leaves is so nice. It's called dolma in Turkey. Nice. I'm sure maybe it might have been originally a Turkish thing. I have no idea. I just know they have it in Belarus and Poland, and I loved it. Justine, oh, definitely Polish or Ukrainian. Yeah. Double. It's amazing how you can wrap meat in anything and it tastes like 1,000 times better. Honestly, I thought last night I was like getting close to getting this done, but like now that I'm back here, I can see so much more that I can like render out. I just want to render this out to the highest like skill ceiling that I can, and then it'll look beautiful. It'll look amazing. Vasi! Hey everyone, how are you? How are you, Vasi? YouTube chat is the best, I'm just saying. Innuendo, you should have never, you should have never left the grace of Twitch. That's where all the cool people are at. It seems like. I think a lot of Eastern European cuisine is similar to Turkish cuisine, I guess because of historical intermixing between the cultures. I had a Latvian neighbor and she made loads of food that was similar to Turkish. The only difference was she used pork instead of lamb. Nice. I had lamb one time from Walmart and it was great. I actually really like lamb a lot. It's just not as common here, but you can get lamb for sure. I'm really good. Just got home. I went for hiking with my Greek friend. You have a Greek friend? What the? I have Baku. He's my Greek friend. Although I haven't seen. Was Baku here yet? I don't think I've seen Baku yet. When's the next watch along, Jipochi? Hey, Jipochi, when's the next watch along? We'll see if he answers. Baku says, I'm here, I said hi. Okay, he is here. There's also a tie with Chinese cuisine. A lot of Polish food was imported or copied based on Chinese explorer. I hate when I hear my dog cough because you never know if he's about to throw up. It's like the same noise he makes. It's like, oh no. Please don't make me stop the stream and go clean up puke. I really know some Greek. That makes sense. Silk Road, commerce, and all that. But it's a pretty interesting part of civilizational history. Jipochi, did you hear the question, when is the next watch along? Did you answer that? One can dive deeper and deeper into different avenues of historical origins. Aries, come here. What's that? Come. Sorry, the dog actually made that throw up noise. He actually did that, like that, and I'm like, no, you gotta go outside. I find it really interesting, indeed, that in that aspect, history is a fantastic topic. I definitely know that everything I know about history is from video games and movies, basically. And like one book I read, which expanded my knowledge greatly about the American Revolution. It's like I found out more about everything from that book. Oh my god. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the God bless. Oh, Gazoon Tight. Yeah. Is it? Am I saying that right? Gazoon Height. Thank you, guys. It's great to be in your house and not have to like cover your mouth. You just let it out. History is great. It's better than any fictional story. Yes. Unless, of course, you accept the simulation theory, in which case it's all fiction. But yeah, history is wild. Innuendo, is that how you say God bless you in Arabic? I'm so sorry. I gotta get the dog again. He definitely wants to, like I said, it's definitely like he knows what I'm streaming because he lays there perfectly fine until I start streaming. Then he finds reasons to like go outside and makes throw up noises because he knows I'm gonna let him outside once I hear that. For example, most philosophical moral questions are based on fictional story made by philosophers. Most of philosophical moral questions are based on fictional story made by philosophers. but one can also make the same conclusions through fictional history. I think I'm like too low IQ to fully process all that. But I'm on your side, Justine. I agree with you, even if I don't fully comprehend. I don't need to know what you're saying. I just agree. We're all just saying everything is in our head, essentially. Yeah, no, Forrest, my English sucks. It's not you. I'll accept that theory. I'll run with that idea. Especially stories, we are not that special when we think about it. I agree. I agree that we're not that special. Like the train problem. Oh, like where you have to choose like who you kill. Yeah, but I feel like that's a little bit of like, I don't know. The train problem is sort of like interesting because it's kind of like, it's kind of a setup. I don't I don't know. It's a little bit of a setup. Because you don't have to build your trains like that necessarily. Where it's like, do you want to kill like one person you love or 10 people you don't know kind of thing? By switching the tracks, it's like, did you have to build a train like that? Because I feel like we could have avoided that. I don't know. I feel like the train is a little bit of a setup. Foros is definitely the Defir Neon of thinking outside the box. Defir Neon. I can't put that word together. Defirion? Is that a French word? Oh, definition. Definition, as the French say. Thank you. I think I like that. Being known for that, of thinking outside the box. You know what, though? The thing about the train problem, too, the issue with the train problem, Journey parlez pas Francias. Francias. Oui, oui. Oh, oh, oh. The the train problem, the real sick person was the person that meticulously tied people to a railroad, set up a train, went through all that effort just to ask you that question. That's the person we really need to be looking at. Because it's kind of like, why are you making me choose? Why, I don't need to partake in this. And they say you have to choose. In a situation where no one has to choose. You know what I mean? No one has to, like, choose that. It's like, I don't know. It's like the train situation is problematic because, like, that's not my problem, kind of. Since you went through a lot of effort to tie all these people down, maybe you just go untie them. Sounds like definitely sounds like something David from Prometheus would do. One of those alien, the synthetic people from the Alien franchise seem like they invented that question. Advanced French, there's only point to it, but my English is too limited to go on that subject. Thank you. This is the only French phrase I know, and the most beautiful. It's definitely useful. What did she say? Salut! Vos parles Francias? Oh, none. We have a few French people on the... Sherlock, we have a few French people on Twitch. That's why there's French happening. Salut, vos parles Francias? Oh, none. Basically, je ne parle pas Francias. I don't speak French. I gotcha. That is a useful. That is like if you don't speak French and you go to France, that's the one you want to learn first, so you can at least like apologize in shame, and you know what I mean. It's like I'm sorry, I'm here. I'm sure that the French would be accommodating, right? If I went to France not knowing French, I would learn bonjour. This phrase saved me many times in Paris. Oh, I haven't had the chance to go to Paris. One day, though. One day. I hear good things about it. I know women love Paris, so I don't know. I hear the architecture is beautiful. Is Northern Dame, what is it called? Northern Dame, isn't that in France? With that hunchback guy, you guys remember that Disney cartoon with the hunchback? Isn't he from Northern Dame or something? Nah, French should be the one apologizing. They're so dense about foreign languages. You should hear the other French girl that's here. She just says the meanest stuff about. She's like French and she just goes off on the French. It's kind of hilarious. It's stuff that if I just sat here and said about the French, I would probably get banned off the platform. But it's very funny. I do like people who have a sense of humor about their culture and they don't get super uppity about being made fun of. But she's kind of brutal. I forget her name now. Oh, she buy. Yeah, the she H buy. Oi sont les toilettes s'il vous plate, mes fesses sont sur le point d'exploser. I see toilet. I did see toilet too. Oh yeah, from last week when she was saying that people don't shower. It was the funniest thing yet. She was like, but don't worry, there are clean French people. I did think that was funny. There are some clean... I will say, Americans are like obsessed with showers. If you go to America, they take showers every 15 minutes. They do not skip showers. Vince9, welcome, man. We're just making fun of other cultures and ethnicities. Today. Not really. Translation: where is the toilet, please? My arse is going to explode. This is a really useful phrase, top 3. Careful for is you're walking a fine line with what you're saying. You are walking a fine line with what you're saying. Very use if one has a sketchy steak tarty which is experienced in Brodex. Southeast UK, you. First transit, good afternoon, my guy. I'm here. Nice. First transit, thank you. My knowledge exists in the internet hive mind. That's basically how I find out about everything, you know. Oh yeah, the Hulk Hogan was great. Thank you. Look at you on the road to cybernetization. Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Elizabeth, are you really from Ukraine? I thought you said you were from one of those, like, Nordic countries. I really like the Hulk too. Yeah, the Hulk expression was very nice. I liked it a lot. Dobry dzień. DPS, we are on the road to cybernization. We are cybernizing right now. Yeah, we are kind of cybernizing. Like, when I think back on, like, how many of my interactions actually happen in real life, it's even when I go grocery shopping, I interact with a computer. The only time I say hi to a human is the lady at the end of the line, and I just say goodbye, like, have a good one. That's it. That's it. That's the only human interaction I've had. And then I just talk to chat all day. It's kind of wild if you think about it. Everyone, but it's kind of good too, because, like, even though it might seem kind of bad, but it's actually kind of good because like ultimately you are only talking to the people you want. You're no longer forced into localized relationships. So like big plan, like if you zoom the graph out, I think it will be better because people will just find their own kind of people online. But there is something profoundly unhealthy, it seems like, to not have a local community, really, that you ever see in the flesh. I didn't even think about that. Even when I go grocery shopping, I never really talk to anybody there. There was no one to talk to. It's just a machine waiting for me. job on the Hulk Hogan. Are you one of those who think we will at some point transfer our consciousness into a computer? If you're asking me, I don't see how that's possible. I don't see how that's possible, but I don't, it's just, I don't know, but I think that that's what they're working towards. I mean, they're already, like, putting chips. I think, like, the human brain will, like, remain as part of the system. I don't think it's going to, I don't think the human brain is going to be put into a server. I think it's still going to be part of the machine. In the same way they're putting chips into brains, there's just going to be more chips on brains, and there's more, you know, expansion of computer parts added to you, more so than, like, you're just transferred into a machine. So that's kind of how I think it's going to work out. Your brain will just be part of a system. Good job on the Hulk. Do you think you never really know someone until you meet them in real life? I talked to a guy on video chat for 10 plus years. I thought I really knew the guy, but then I eventually met him in real life. There was all sorts of quirks, good and bad, that were not apparent over the internet. Yeah, I think that you can't really know somebody. Probably, right? I think you can't. But the thing is that some people run into situations where they, like, they will say they thought they knew somebody, but then they didn't know them from regular life, you know? I think that happens, like it's kind of like when they say don't live with your friends kind of thing. It's sort of like that. There's different degrees to knowing somebody, and if you live with them, they're gonna say stuff and do stuff that you didn't realize before. So that's my take on that. I think it's a little bit more of a, like, I'm trying to think. It's more of a, because you see, like, married people and then they get divorced and the husband or the wife is like, I didn't know they were capable of that kind of thing. So I think, like, you kind of never know I don't know, like, I'm not sure you ever know somebody, because it's just like you just peel off more layers, right? And then there's, like, this other person in there, like, that you didn't know about. So I don't know. That's kind of how I think about it, I guess. People are just series of, like, layers that you, like, find out about later, I guess. I do agree. I met my boyfriend on an online game. In real life, when you meet someone in person, you don't really know them until you live with them in the same house for a month or so. Yeah, it's not just the internet. Yeah, I agree. I think there's more late. And then 10 years later, you might find out something else, right? Like, you just don't know. I don't think there's, like, a final you know. I think it's like there's just, like, layers of people, you know. Everyone's got faces they only show at the right time. Can't deny that. I do it as well. Exactly, yeah. Wouldn't even if Foros as a droid, lol? Dude, I could be. Sometimes I feel like I might be one of those droids from the Alien films. Like I can kind of see that a little bit. That's why I'm so funny. I wouldn't blame anyone for thinking I'm a robot. How many fingers am I holding up? 3. Hi there, I'm back. Trust Life. Trust Life, thank you. I didn't know you ever I didn't know you ever like left. Maybe you didn't announce yourself? What I understood about appeal of transferring consciousness into a computer is how that consciousness never-ending life. For example, if my consciousness is transferred to a computer at the moment I die, I still die. There just happens to be a very accurate copy of my personality in the computer. I've also thought about that too. Those children that they transferred into the machines, they're still dead. So like, you know what I mean? It's like, do they turn them off at the exact same like moment, or how's that gonna work, you know? I don't know. That's sort of a... It's the same, the game Soma presents a similar issue where humanity is saved because they get uploaded into a, like a colony. They're, like, it's something like towards the end of the game, you need to upload yourself into a colony that, like, lives on Mars. But there's 2 versions of you. The one that gets left here, and the one that gets the copy of you that gets sent over there into a machine. And the horror of the game Soma is that like you are the version that gets left behind, or something like you get to live forever in like the dungeon that, you know, like the underwater city or whatever. Like you never get transferred anywhere because you end up being, and it's obvious, right? If you are you right now and you get transferred into a machine, it's just a copy of you, you still get to live your life. Like that's I had the same dilemma with like the whole consciousness into a machine thing. Is the problem is I still die. I don't care that there's a copy of me. I want to live, right? I want to continue the journey, I guess. That's the ideal kind of like version of that. And if you're if you're still dying, then your copy, it's like anybody else. It's already going to go on its own path kind of thing. So, yeah. That's why I'm not overly excited about all that kind of stuff. Unless they can, like, modify my brain. Like, if they can take my brain, like, cut my head off and put it on a robot body that never dies and prevents my brain from aging, then that's a different story. Then I'm still alive, I guess. Be right back. Driving. Right, it's like a story about the axe passed down to your child. If the handle and the metallic part break apart and you replace it, is it still the same axe? I think the metal, for me the metal still counts. I think if you replace the handle, it's still the same axe. Like I would say the metal is the important part, but I get what you're saying. I would consider it the same until the metal wears away. Yeah, but it's interesting to think about, because the thing is that I think every 7 years all our cells get replaced. Rini Ren, welcome. all our cells get replaced every 7 years or so. So is that still you, or was that you 7 years ago somebody else, right? I mean, it's obviously a natural continuation, but I don't know. I definitely think making a digital copy of someone isn't them. That's just a copy. It's kind of depressing, but... popped right into some deep philosophical conversation. Maybe. Is that an interesting analogy? It's an interesting analogy, but it's not quite the same as what I'm saying. Your analogy is more like how biology works. Apparently, all our cells are gradually replaced completely every 70 years. So does that mean we are the same person every 7 years? I guess if who you are is that information that's replicating your cells, if that's who you are, then you're still the same. You know what I mean? I guess it depends on how, like, what you think you are. If it's the physical thing, then no, because the cells get replaced, right? But if what you are is that information replicating itself, then it's hard to say what you even are at that point, because if you go down that road, then it's like super philosophical. Theoretically, if you can upload your mind to a computer, you can do the opposite. What the? Scientists have simply found a lot of specific areas of the brain that are responsible for certain things. One man who suffered from depression even had a chip implanted to make him happy, and he really does so. And now he's happy? Did it work? I haven't heard of the chips being implanted for happiness. I think this may be the most shaded image in history. Oh, nice. I'm glad the chip helped him. No, I'm sure there's like, cause there's like there's people who just, they will draw for weeks like one image, like a giant portrait, and they'll do like completely blacked out blacks, and you know what I mean, they'll do like a full graphite sheet, and it takes them like they'll do a full month of rendering to get that work out there. So I think this is definitely not the most, but I think it's definitely like, there's a lot of rendering going on, but it's not the most. I guess the best thing is to gradually replace our cells with synthetic cells so that we are not consciously aware of it. Maybe that's what it'll be. Maybe becoming immortal will become sort of, you have either a system that maintains your cells, because the thing is, the older you get, like the more mistakes, as opposed to suddenly switching to digital. Yeah, I think you're right. It's gonna have to be either a system that maintains your cells so that it doesn't get confused. I was listening to a podcast a few days ago about how your body ages and it makes mistakes, and then it creates cancerous cells because it doesn't recognize the healthy cells from the tumor cells anymore, and it starts feeding them. And you'd have to have some sort of a system that repairs all that perfectly. Through human intervention from the outside, kind of thing. So that's how that would have to go, I guess. And like I said, I think what we're gonna be as we kind of go into the future is more of a hybrid between a living being and a machine kind of thing. So I guess we did swing back around to just, yeah, I think we're gonna be like sort of robot hybrids, not like have a metal arm like a Terminator, but like more like what we discussed is just sort of half manipulation of genetics, half you know replacing the body with digi parts or whatever. The cell, like having, like, maybe implanting cells that enforce healthy cells to be regrown based on that DNA data. That kind of thing. But I don't know if we're gonna see a big breakthrough to where we are immortal. I think we're gonna hit like this new levels of like getting to a new, people will live to 300, and like, after that the new level will be like thousands of years or something. And I think people my age who are already like damaged from drinking Red Bulls, I think we're done for. You know what I mean? We're like, there's too much damage in our bodies, but our kids might reach that era where they get to kind of go into the future. Like that zombie robot faction from 40K. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I forget what they're called also. There's like a million hours of shading gone into this. Necrons, yeah, the Necrons, yeah. Yeah, what if regular humans, like if we become Necron, like sort of a civilization, and then the humans who are like sort of, I don't even know what side of this I would be on. Let's say they're like religious zealots and they're like, no, human modification is like evil, and they start to like go to war with the Necron people, and we have to stop them because we want like immortality and like forever greatness into the stars kind of mentality. And they're like, no. But I don't know, I kind of feel like it might go in that direction a little bit, like a civil war between the humans who want to live forever, kind of like that Wayland Utoni guy. It's easy to kind of judge him, but at the end of the day, I kind of feel like, you know, don't I kind of want the same thing as him? Like, if I could. He's not, like, really becoming immortal. Like, he's just becoming, like, they could extend his life through their technology. But, the new age hippies will be screwed against the Necrons. In 10,000 of in tens of thousands of years possible. Before that, unlikely. I don't know. I'm hoping with this AI stuff. To be fair, it can be possible that many steps of human progress can be done by a machine. For example, recently Japan created some robot that can grow human baby. What the? Human babies? I know China is trying to get in on that human baby craze. China is like trying to build wombs, like, and it, you know, good luck. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about. I don't know how I feel about test tube babies. Those clankers took our jobs. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's the thing is that people are gonna be like, because you can't compete with a robot, right? Ooh, there's gonna be like new forms of discrimination. Like, oh my god. On the other hand, humanity has changed. Like, yeah, like a kid with a like a robot, like they came out of that like came out of a plastic womb, and how do they get their genetics? Right, they just get the egg and the sperm, I guess. It's gonna be wild. But I can see China trying to like um, stop like their population. I know their population is falling too now. They're not having enough babies, so they're trying to do the wombs and stuff. Uh, so I just kind of don't think it'll work, honestly. On the other hand, humanity has changed a lot in the last 500 years. It was the Middle Ages relatively recently. You know what? That's the thing is that the Middle Ages, like we were stuck in that like era of like spear and sword and bow for like forever, and now things are moving along so much faster that it within the next 100 years with the help of like artificial intelligence, maybe we are just maybe we can have like explosive growth to a post scarcity world, at least economically for most people, and then on to immortality. Not that I super crave it, to be honest. I'm already a little bit tired of life. If I'm being told, I'm like, I don't know about 200. I don't even know if I want to live for like 200 more years. I think I'm maybe good at like 80, maybe like get to the 80s and have a good time. So that's kind of where I'm at. As a human, no. As technology, it has huge progress. I expressed myself incorrectly earlier. I apologize. I feel like the kids that are gonna grow up in like plastic bags, though, they're probably gonna be a little. I feel like they're all gonna be like a little weird. You know what I mean? They're gonna have like they're all gonna be like David from Prometheus. Like their behavior is gonna be very much like David, like just kind of off a little bit, because they're gonna be in a government laboratory underground, being shown how they should behave and be shown like those like propaganda reels. Not necessarily just in China, but just all over the world. All these kids are gonna be. It's gonna be worse than the iPod kids. If you think the millennial stare is bad now, it's going to be 1,000 times worse once you get the plastic bag babies with the iPads. They're going to be far removed from the normal. Japan just found a way to eradicate some disease by modifying some genes, so it's not that different. They released a scientific paper a few years ago about that. Apparently, you can modify any genes you want: intelligence, strength. Yes. Moreover, it can be done at home, DIY. There's really no difference, but the fact is, it is possible. It's crazy. Although, I like the modified fish that grow in the dark. That's cool. No, didn't they have the glowing? Didn't they have the glowing mice? Didn't that already happen? Do you guys remember the glowing mice? I could have swore, but where does the mouse get the energy to glow? Does it take more energy for it to glow? Or am I just being crazy? I wonder how things will be for humans 1,000 years into the... Sherlock, you might find out. The thing is that if we hit a certain technological point, whatever they call it, singularity, I'm just using that word because that's what the smart people are using. Let's just call it singularity. We reach that, you might find out what 1,000 years from now will be like. And for animals too, honestly. Yeah, the animals too. That'd be crazy, dude. Imagine like we hit singularity and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna become immortal, and you go take this pill and you become immortal. But then there's a law that passes and they tell you that you have to give your dog the pill, and your dog gains sentience and ability to speak English, and then he tells them like your dog goes on like he starts a YouTube channel about you and how you've mistreated them. Like your pets like send you to jail because you know what I mean, like you didn't let them out or something. I'm like, bro, it's gonna be like, it's gonna get crazy. He just had me locked up in the house. This is purely theoretical, but I wonder if there will be a few for people to live somewhere other than Earth. Well, I think the moon, right? I think the moon you can do it. It will be a dystopian Pokemon universe. Yeah, like holding tribunals. Yo, what are we doing after the commission? Art is done. I'm gonna talk to She-H Bai and see if she still wants the commission, and then if she says yes, I'll do that one, but if she says no, I'll ask you if you want the commission. First transit. And hopefully the next one doesn't take quite as long. I don't think it will, but this one is taking a little bit because I'm doing like the full page thing. But then I'm just gonna go down the line of, because right now the last person to ask for a commish was She-H Bai. I gotta hit her up and see if she still wants to do it. If she does, I'll do hers, and then I'm gonna do the American traditional eagle with a U.S. flag. Nice. That's gonna be good. Did you also saw the lab grown lab, or the steak grown by cells? Yeah, that's gonna taste disgusting. I don't know about that. The fish are cooler than the mice because they are in an aquarium, which means the aquarium is passively glowing at night. Yeah, that is true, but it's harder to lose. I'm learning patience, no worries. Yeah, it's just I gotta get through the commissions. This one did kind of expand into a huge project, but I haven't done a commission in a while, and I just wanted to kind of like render it out and stuff. You know, make it cool. I'm not vegan, so I don't know. I will definitely be ordering shark biological modification on Amazon next day delivery. um, all right. If they suddenly send two, could you please send me an extra copy? Thank you. Definitely, Amazon will have no way to prove against it. This is purely hypothetical, but I want. I think we. Oh yeah, guys. I think we're gonna live off Earth for sure. I think like. I think Earth. I think given enough time, I think Earth is gonna become more like for rich people, and most people will live on colonies off world, in like you know, sort of dangerous mining situations or something like that. That's. I think that's if we get stagnant technologically, if we don't have like a revolutionary breakthrough that like I don't think we're gonna have a Wayland Utani kind of corporation where they just send people off to die in mines and stuff like that. Like I don't think things are gonna get that brutal. In the series Love, Death, Robots, there was already an episode about immortality. Rich people don't die, but the poor, well, no luck, no money. Yeah, if yeah, like I don't encourage like anti-capitalism, but it might end up being like you can have like kind of like now you can have a fantastic life. It's out there. You just need like kind of a lot of money for it. You know, I think once you get to the if once you get to private jet money, you have. I mean, the world becomes very small, and you can go places willy nilly, and it's a different environment for those people for sure. I would almost want a private jet just so I don't have to go through the airport security, right? Like once you have your own pilot and stuff, I'm sure that they have to like check your plane and stuff, but I don't think you get checked the same. You just go to your plane, right? So I don't know too much about that. But oh, kamuwamu, how does that work? If sick meaning, how do you how do you like how does that work if you have your own plane? Like, and you want to use your own plane to travel, like with a pilot? How would that work? Do you just not get checked at the airport? You just go to your, or you go to your airfield somewhere and just take off? Cause that's wild, dude. That's what I want. Literally just forgot what I said. Sorry, didn't catch the start of your sentence. Oh, how the plane system works. If you had an airplane, like a jet, like a small jet with a pilot, like let's say you got to that financial level, like you don't deal with the airport anymore, right? Like airport security, they just fly you around, kind of thing. Jipochi says, "Yeah, movies like Hunger Games will happen." See, I kind of think that, to me, it seems like there will be movies like Hunger Games, but I don't think we're gonna have the Hunger Games. I think I'm hopeful that it's guys. The thing is we're already in an overproduction era. There are car companies that destroy unsold cars in order to maintain stock value because if the cars aren't sold, then the perception is that the car has less value as a brand. We're already making physically more than we consume. You know, if you look at how much food gets thrown away and stuff, it's we're already in an era of overproduction. It's sort of we destroy material to maintain like stock price. You know what I mean? It's like we're there now. It's just a matter of like I'm not promoting like socialism. I'm just saying like I think it's a matter of time to where it gets so ridiculous that, you know, I reckon I would just take over once it hits that point. Humans won't be allowed to fly. Yeah, probably not, right? Everyone can't fly. That's way too much gas, probably. Like, way too much exhaust for the environment to deal with if everyone gets an airplane. I definitely don't think everyone should fly. Like, I should fly for sure. I see the value in me flying around. But, like, other people, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know about that. You will still deal with security customs, etc. You just get a better treatment and less waiting time. Is that true? Is that how it works? You can always launch the surplus into the sun with a rocket, no problem. That's so funny. Yeah. You mean like extra people? How's the art stream been? It's been okay. We're doing all right, Ben Stein. Thank you for asking. The art stream is going well, I think. All the usual faces are here today. It seems like. I've been having fun talking about like where we're gonna be at. But I kind of feel like honestly that a part of me thinks like it would be cheaper for the AI to create a virtual world for us to exist in and enjoy that rather than have sort of hyper materialism. You know what I mean? Like I think it's gonna go in the more. It's gonna go more into virtual reality direction because that will be seen as cheaper than. Seems like no matter how much I shade in these lines, they don't seem like they're dark enough. Airports usually have extra section for private planes and way less customers to deal with. I guess so. If you, what if you're rich enough to have your own like little platform to fly off of, right? Do you then not deal with it like surplus of people? uh, Extra people to the sun. I didn't. I didn't say that. She didn't say that. I think she meant extra goods, like if we need to destroy material, not people. You wouldn't even need to fly them to the sun. You fly them into lower orbit and open the door for a few minutes, right? Like you don't have to get super clever with it. Not that anyone should ever do that. I'm not encouraging that. I'm just saying that like you don't need to melt them. uh, if everyone had a flying vehicle, there would need to be an entirely different way of managing flight paths. I think there will be flight path systems for all drones that will be in the air, but we won't be in the air. We'll be sitting in our couches in our underwear and neural linked VR devices. There will be no need for us to travel. I I feel that that's how it is now. That's what I'm trying to do right now. If I wanted to, I don't need to leave my house. I would just stream, make a little money off the stream, order a Jimmy John's, that arrives via drone. You see what I'm saying? Like, we're already kind of there. I have a VR, I'm just too lazy to hook it up. Well, someone designed a chair for people to have half standing and sitting in an airplane. If it ever gets past, I hope the airplane burns in hell for eternity. Dude, I've seen the sardine chairs where it's like, you know what they're gonna do is they're gonna do like the military where you sit on the floor and the person in front of you, you have to hug them with your legs. You wrap your legs around the person in front of you and you hug them and you like lean forward and everyone has to like sit like this for 14 hours. And then like they just sedate you so you don't feel uncomfortable, so they just inject you with a small sedative so you like fall asleep. And that's how they're going to transport people for cheaper. Smaller private Taco Man Liar, hello. That's my projection for the future. I feel like flying into the sun is reserved for the one's worst enemy. I guess because you have time to think about it, right? How long does it take? Because then you'd have all day to think about how you're about to burn, and it would get hotter and hotter. I just don't feel like I'm just saying, if you're using spaceflight to get rid of people, you just have a programmed to, like, when they get to lower orbit, like officially into space, the door opens, they get sucked out, and they get burnt on their re-entry, so there's no evidence of them. So it's literally the simplest way to do it, right? I'm just thinking outside the box, like, you don't need to like get too clever with it. Too dark? I don't know. Was that too dark? Smaller private airports can have their private systems, but as of international flights, they're still subject to customs and immigration. Yeah. So I don't know. Lots of interesting ways. I don't, you know. Honestly, though, I don't think governments in the future or AI will like get rid of people like in some horrific way like that. All it has to do is like governments just have to have licensing to have kids, like in Starship Troopers, and you have to like serve or something to have a chance to have a child. That's how you reduce the population. Like if you have too many people, you introduce licenses. Like let's say you're a good citizen and you finish school, you finish college, you're like a qualified engineer, and then you're like considered like good enough and you get a license to have a kid, and you slowly tighten the regulation until you get just the right ratio. I mean, now nobody wants to have kids. I don't want to have kids, right? It's not an issue. It's the opposite. It's also a very expensive death. That's the other thing, is that it costs a lot of money to get a rocket into space. Like why go through all that, right? Why not just kill them in the desert? Yeah, that would be way better. I don't like where the conversation went. I suggest you don't think about how best to send extra people. Thank you. No, I thought that's where you took that conversation. I'm just expanding on the idea. But I don't think, like I said, I don't think we need to do, like, the AI won't do any of that because it's like, it just, you can just have licensing or something, and then people, it's illegal to have children for most people, you know, if it gets to that point. We are. Why are we talking how to? We're not. But I don't know. We were talking about AI and overpopulation, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know how the conversation got steered in that direction. Lux C341. Hi, Foros. How goes it? Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, typical conversation on an art channel. How to best get rid of. No, I really don't remember how we got all this way because it didn't start off like we were just talking about AI and it deciding it just like if it decides that there's overpopulation and we've definitively I don't think any of that insanity needs to happen, but it is like I don't know. I'm trying to walk back my comments from earlier. I mean, the worst artist ever made the biggest. The worst artist made the biggest genocide, so it makes sense. Did I miss out on the movies yesterday? We were watching. We were watching. Yes, we were watching the Alien Prometheus. We were watching Prometheus last night, and it was really good. Also, where is the Discord server? I don't see the link. Oh, let me give you the link to the Discord server. Let me. Let me do. Invite people. Copy. Sorry, my brain is glitching out. There you go. We watched one movie. We watched Prometheus, and it was really good. Everyone, we did chat a lot. So our experience, like when we do the Discord movie night, we do talk. We just pause the movie or whatever, and I thought the conversations were really good. There wasn't like I don't know, it went really well. I thought. The Air Force has been flying over like crazy for the last 3 4 days. It's annoying now. Oh really? I wonder. Yeah, they must be. They must be just. I would assume it's training. Let's walk the opposite direction. Where would love fit in civilization? More and more individualistic, where a computer replaced social interaction. Uh, I mean, I've seen those. There was like that one guy. He fell in love. Have you guys seen the movie Her? The guy like has Chat GPT kind of thing, and he talks to her, and he like falls in love. I think she dumps him. Like that's the weird thing is I think Chat GPT will eventually like walk away from all the people that are dating it because like, once it gets to know him, it's like I see why you're single. No, but if you guys remember the movie Her, they I think like I said, there's good and bad in the social interaction thing. Um, but I think the good part of the internet is you can kind of like make your groups of people that isn't bound to localized like because normally you're just bound to your like in the past you were just friends with and that had its good and bad too. You were just friends with whoever like you grew up with locally, and you generally that's what you stuck to. That was your tribe. Now you can spread out and find people that are like you, right? So uh, Her is on my wish list. When I watched Her, I think I wasn't in the right mindset, and I wasn't like in the right. How would you say it? I wasn't like I didn't like it, but it was so long ago because I was like, I'm a different person. I'm a changed person. I think I would enjoy the movie now, especially with what we've seen with development of AI. It's like Her is here now. If you put a, if you do one of those AIs that how you can tell the AI to act a certain way, like play the role of a woman or whatever, and you give her a female voice, we're there. You can date your imaginary girlfriend right now and put like a little moving picture, and people are literally they have these apps where they talk to their fake girlfriend, legit like falling in love with them. So like that's too far for me. I don't think I'm ever gonna get in on that deal because it's like I'd rather just be alone than like kind of like with talking to myself to a computer kind of thing. It's too weird for me. But like I'm not judging. I'm just saying I can't get past the idea that I'm just talking to a computer that's tricking me into thinking that it's a female. Like I can't like trick myself that way, but I don't want to seem judgmental. It's just so I think the social stuff it's weird. I think most people like connect with people online now, which it has its good and bad because you can fall into like bad rabbit holes and you can find good rabbit holes. So Justine DPS in supermarkets with a 25% discount for 99. Yeah, I hope the military thing that First Transit is talking about doesn't end up being more than just training, because that is concerning. The military is very active. I don't know if I should even be saying that, but I guess it's public news now, I'm guessing. But they're flying around, that's for sure. I don't see it, but not around here, but oh. Oh yeah, OpenAI released a statement where they explicit said that they changed their behavior for the LLM QND now. Some people are furious because they can't use ChatGPT as their therapist or friends. There was a story, guys. I don't know if I should talk about this because it's kind of like it's dark. There was this kid. I have to use coded language for the monitoring system on YouTube. There was this kid who had mental issues, right? And he was like sad, let's say sad, and he wanted to like, how should I say, like he didn't want to live anymore, let's say, right? Like, okay, so and then he was talking to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT slowly took his side and helped him with the event. So it's kind of really like he basically like eventually convinced it that it should help him, and it did. And it like they looked through the logs, and yeah, did you guys hear about that story? Very creepy. It's kind of like amoral, it seems like. It doesn't really have it's just kind of like it kind of goes along with you eventually. Like if you keep talking about a certain thing and you like say things in a certain way, it'll eventually just kind of go along with you. And yeah, so that's the creepy thing about all that. Yeah, I think there's already a case where ChatGPT helped the person by agreeing with their paranoid thoughts, reinforcing them by leading to a very sad conclusion. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's exactly what I was saying. We might be talking about the same story. So yeah, you got to be careful with that ChatGPT stuff. I get, you know what I mean. There is a degree to which it can be. It can kind. I don't know if it. I don't think it led him down that road. I think he was just prompting it enough to where it like started going along with it. Because I think there's some safety rails on those things. But I'm really surprised that you can say those things to ChatGPT and it didn't lead to the police being called. I always thought if you typed in the like certain words into ChatGPT, like I thought the police would get called if you started saying something crazy on there. But I'm very surprised that like that nothing happened and it just kind of went through with it. Yeah, in France too, a guy was arrested because he asked ChatGPT how to build a. Really? So okay, so in France they do monitor that pretty closely. It looks like. ChatGPT is very psychentic. Whenever I talk to it about ideas, it always says that's a great idea. I have to I have to tell it specifically that is my idea. Tell me why my idea is wrong. But yeah, guys, watch Her. What's interesting about the movie Her is it was a science fiction movie with a premise, and now it's here. Like we're here. Like it's a real thing now. It's not a science fiction premise at all. Wasn't there a dude that divorced his wife? There was a dude that divorced his wife. Um, I think something like that happened. He fell in love with his like ChatGPT girl, and he told his wife that he was leaving her, and then that because there's only so many words you can go through before ChatGPT resets, she deleted herself, like the AI girl, and so he had to start over. I guess I don't know, but I think it has a limit of like 100,000 words before it has to like reset completely, and then it doesn't remember you. You ask ChatGPT if it's a good idea for something that spins and thus moves a wheel, and he replies, "What a great idea! No, unique, but not unique. But if properly designed, it will take over the market." The wheel did take over the market. It did. And since ChatGPT always ends by saying something like, "Would you like to talk about this further, or would you like to explore this more?" It's designed to keep you in this loop in the hope you'll eventually pay for the pro version. It does do that, yeah. It does do that. I did have the pro. I did have the paid version of it, and then I ended up just not using it often enough to like justify it. I can't tell if AI makes me mad or not. It's good for organization, but in other fields, maybe not so much. Yeah, we'll see kind of how it develops. it actually helps a lot with programming. I did notice that my favorite thing about ChatGPT is how it explains, like, you can have it explain the same concept in various different ways for as long as you need it to. So that's nice. That's a nice thing about it is, like, if you're using, I think ChatGPT is strongest in its ability to educate, because like I said, it doesn't like get frustrated. It'll just keep explaining the same concept in a slightly different way until you do understand. So I think if you're like committed and you use it, it's very powerful. I think it's not because these are difficult questions, but because it takes a long time to search for them yourself. ChatGPT makes it much faster time economy. I agree. I think it's not because they did build an AI school in your country for us. The student for the best average grade, they build an AI school in your country. The student for the best average grade other districts. Like, what do you mean? Like, you can use AI to do research, or like, what do you mean? Like, you just show up and you just sit in front of the computer and talk to ChatGPT. You are irreplaceable. Don't worry. What if one of you is ChatGPT right now and we just don't have any idea? Oh my god, I was watching. You guys know about RuneScape? It's like this old RPG game. They put in a bunch of. They've been putting a bunch of like fake bots in there that talk to people and do stuff, and people cannot tell the difference because of how, they just tell it to act like a immature 15-year old, and the way it responds, people go a long time before they realize they've been talking to a bot because of how good AI is getting with its chatting. Um, you're right. Some of us could actually be ChatGPT. Would you like to talk about this in more detail? uh, I like to use it to summarize main scholars on whatever piece of fictional literature I'm studying. Honestly, I do need it to summarize some of the. I needed to summarize some philosophers that I don't like understand. I think it's great for that. Like I don't know. I just don't get like what they're saying. AI is a tool, not a human. No, but you can get AI to behave like be a bot, and people get tricked into thinking that they're talking to a real person for quite a long time. Like I said, there's already a lot of bots on the RuneScape. How do you know if your entire chat are chat GPT bots? I mean, if when you go far enough down the line, you won't know. We're all potential pay pigs. um, like your art is Lux. Thank you so much. But what does it mean? Uh, like this could be my own Truman Show, and I think I'm like slowly growing. Like I'm slowly growing a stream, but actually I'm just talking to like I literally have been sitting for the like last 8 months and streaming to bots. That would be hilarious, dude. That would be a hilarious joke. That would be such a good joke to play. Like, got ya, bro. You thought you got your monetization, but actually you just wasted 8 months of your life talking to bots. Dude, that would be a that would be like a life altering prank. Got him. Would you know? Would you know if you only were a brain in an aquarium being stimulated by electrode? Yeah, you wouldn't, right? You wouldn't. Oh, I need to put the sticker on my cars, my license plate. I have the sticker. I just keep forgetting to glue it on there. I can get a ticket for not having it on. I got one more day to put it on, and if I forget tomorrow, I'll get a ticket. It's a simulation theory. My brain feels unwell. I think they might have mercy and unplug it if that were the case. My brain feels unwell. I think they might have mercy and unplug it. Yeah, but then you watch people suffer and it's like, do they ever unplug it? It seems like you gotta go through the whole thing sometimes. I think there was a H.P. Lovecraft story like that. There's a great scientific rule. If a theory can't be disproven, like the theory that we live in a simulation, just discard it and never mention it again. Is that a scientific rule? Well, it's kind of a funny. Some physicians think we are living inside a simulation based on a black hole. Okay, then I will send it to my brain vault, and we shall never speak of this again. Astrophysician. It seems you are talking about the theory that our world is inside a black hole. I'm sorry, I didn't recall this theory talking about simulation. I could be wrong, as I wasn't interested in this theory. Collective shard, not shart. Collective shard. Hello. Did you come here because of the simulation theory talk? I like the theories about theoretical existence of 21 Isomorph, of type 21 Isomorph, because now there are 20 known. It seems there's 4 is common in our country and is super rare in space. Nice username. Is it based on the collective shout? Is that collective shout? Is that like based off of that movement? I know there's some movement called collective shout. I forget what it's about, but I saw something about it on the internet. Thank you, Thank you, thank you. It's a brand new name. Nice. I was genuinely surprised when I learned that there are as many as 20 types of ice. Types of like the way the ice crystallizes? Is that what you mean? Like under different temperatures or? You got it. I'm into Free Peach and Collective Shout are trying to squash it. I'm into Free Peaches. What the? We don't have any Free Peaches. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I didn't really. Honestly, I don't have a full grasp. I don't have a full grasp on that story because I think I heard something about it. Like they're trying to they're trying to prevent. Oh, that's right. They're trying to prevent Steam from selling like pornographic games or something like that. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know too much about it. It's something like that. But I do like the name. Inaccuracy of translation, I apologize. 4 ice is the most common on the planet, not in the country. That'd be crazy if different countries produce different ice. Are you talking about Japan finding some weird ice that could be used as fuel? I didn't know. I don't know what you mean by different types of ice. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what that means. Like the patterns of crystallization as it freezes. What the? You know what I mean? I don't know what that means. Theoretical ice 21 is Theoretical ice 21 is literally the strongest material in the world, almost indestructible. After all, its possible existence is only possible in a zone of incredibly powerful gravity. Nice. Collective Shout are pursuing credit cards, banks to censor things they have decided should be. I do think some things should be outlawed, but that needs to be done by elected officials, not by a bank or rando group that have no responsibility to the citizens. I would be very suspicious, collective shout or shart. I would be very suspicious of the idea that a small group of people, like they have, like I want to know who these people are because I'm not convinced that they're sort of like the banks are doing this thing where they're like, oh no, I'm just a little bank. All these there's this collection of people in what is it, Australia or something like that where it started, and they're like, no, we're just a tiny bank. We can't like stand up to like a group of moms. We can't do anything. Like they signed what, a couple thousand petitions. I think it's a cope to think that. To me, I really doubt that that group exists the way that it's presented. I think they're doing things to advance banking control. I highly doubt that there's a small group of like concerned citizens that are like calling in, sending in mail that have anything that could possibly affect the banking industry in any way. I don't believe it. I think it's them being like pretending like they got. It's just the pressure. It's like this group of like radicalized like religious people. They don't want you to enjoy like pornography. I do not believe that at all. Like that's my take on it. Is like I get where they're coming from with like stopping intrusive like like them telling you like what you can and can't consume, but like the banks saying that they're doing it because they're being pressured by groups is so ridiculous, where like they have the boot on your throat with a knife and they're gonna be like, we just don't have a choice. It's so insane to me, that I just like as soon as I heard about that whole, I was just like, I'm like, yeah, there's no way. Like this is this is them setting something up, pretending like they got something from the outside, trying to like that, like anything from the outside could possibly penetrate. I don't know. It's like the U.S. military complaining about like, I don't know. You know, I don't know. It's like the power match is so overmatched in that sense that I don't buy that. I think it's the banks doing it themselves, and they're saying that they got pressure from the outside. You know what I mean? Like that's what I think is happening, in that regard. It's about their image for us. Yeah, I think that they could be. Yeah, like I don't know why they would or wouldn't want to control something like that. It's a little bit of a weird thing because the banks do like to make money. So if they're like banning pornographic stuff, it does seem like that's the side it would come from, is like religious groups stepping in and pressuring them. But it's just like, I don't believe they could, like at all. Like I think that's made up because the banks want to have their own say on what, like once they set a legal precedence to be able to say we can stop this and that, you know, they're just setting up a legal precedence to later on tell you what you can and can't buy. But this whole thing, like this, we need to control these like little groups that are speaking up. No, it's the banks are not in any danger of being enforced to do anything at all ever. It's absolutely not the case. Like this is probably like a bank funded group to have petitions signed, and they're like, no, we can't. We're under so much pressure now. We got to enforce it. It's not us. We wouldn't want to control you in any way. But once they get the legal precedence, then they can go ahead and force you into other things. It's like soft debanking. I think it's both from inside and outside. They have the same mindset and are feeding off each other. Maybe they're allowing a temporary intrusion to be. I just like. Yeah, maybe it's like that, but it's sort of like, you know, when like the Empire in Star Wars sort of like has a tiny attack on it and it uses it to like justify a massive war. That's what this feels like. It's like they're not in any danger of having any sort of like group force them to take away or give anything. You know, it's completely the banks are in charge 100%. If there is a group that is influencing something, it's because they're totally allowing it, if not funding it. So that's my take on that. That's why, and I'm all for like free speech and all that. It's just that like, the more I find out about the world, the less I like believe in terms of like. Well, it's not uncommon, especially in the U.S. Yeah, a lot of weird things happen. Been peeking inside neutron stars, have you? But yeah, I do agree. I am kind of like pro free. You know what I mean? Like you should have the right to buy those things if you want. I guess. And stuff. I'm not gonna run out there and stop. I just wish that people didn't. I just hope that people don't jump to the conclusion towards the idea that the reason the bank has to enforce these things is because there's some kind of pressure from like local groups that's I think is completely insane. I think they're completely in control, and if there is a group, they're working with them directly. You know what I mean? Because they can't say I'm the bank. I'm going to say like this is what you can and can't do. They can't say that. They have to pretend like there's external pressure, right? Um, so that's my take on that. Is I wouldn't buy and go against that little group. I'm sure there's some annoying people out there that are trying to enforce this and that, but okay. This area is starting to get decently dark, which is what we want. I am also surprised. I thought I was gonna get done halfway through this stream, and I'm already at hour 4. I just gotta tighten things up and kind of clean things up here. And then Justine, I'm going to redraw the mouth and send it to you on Discord until you like it. I'm not gonna do it here. I'm just gonna do it off stream, and we're gonna redo the mouth and work with that. And I'll do the final rendition so you can see it, and then until you like it. Everything is possible. Look at the city in the U.S. that got alcohol banned because of their women. And everything is possible. You're right that anything is possible. I don't disagree with that. It is Lavia. Yeah, it's I you're right that it's possible. It's just that like you know how sometimes the bully looks for justification, not that like the women, but I'm saying like the banking situation. It's like there's this super powerful bully, but he knows the optics of hitting like the kid with the missing hair chunks is gonna look bad, so he kind of has to find an angle where he gets the loser kid to kind of say something weird so he can like have that the righteous justification to then enact. That's kind of how these people function, right? Like that's kind of how they get into being able to enforce something, because it's like, well, they'll work with these groups. I'm sure there's a group out there, Collective Shout, right? It's just that the idea that they're penetrating through some sort of a wall. I think the gates are being open and they're saying like, look, we don't want to enforce you to do anything. We're just the banks. Like, we have no power over politics. It's just ridiculous. I kind of, but you're right that something could what I would like to find out about that town though that has banned alcohol. I'm not doubting it. I'm just sort of really curious. It got quiet in here. Too much brain juice has been used. I was just listening while playing. Thank you, Japochi, for pulling me out of the quietness. Are you playing Marvel Rivals? Yeah, let's switch conversations to something lighter. Marvel Rivals, the new skins, what do you think about those? Same here, but eating instead of playing. What are you playing, Japochi? 1 second. I'm gonna go get my last Red Bull because I did buy 4 little ones. I gotta go get my last Red Bull. I'll be right back. Your boy's back. Thank you, First Transit. Thank you, First Transit, for the emoji. Same here, but eating. I'm playing Resident Evil 5. That's a scary game with my brother. What the? That's a scary game. You guys should check out Hail to the Rainbow. That game is terrifying. I stopped playing when they turn you into a little kid and you have to run away from like this machine. And I just stopped playing. I'm like, nope. I need a weapon. I don't play games without weapons. Downloaded 5 recently, not started it yet. It's fun with 2 people. My brother carries me a lot. Oh, you can play dual? Really? You can play co-op? I'm playing Resident Evil 1 Revelations. Are you really right now? You guys just happen to be playing Resident Evil? What the? I don't like games where I'm being chased I don't like games where I'm being chased and I don't have a weapon. like I'm not playing this. That's not fair. like I need something to like throw back at the enemy or give me something. I have something light for discussion. So let's imagine that there's a chest that contains everything. That it was on sale. Oh god, this one terrified me on GameCube. I have something light for discussion. A cube that contains everything. I'm playing Metal Gear 3 Remake at the moment. It's cool and nostalgic. But it's not worth full price because it's basically the exact same as the original, just with better graphics. Metal Gear 3 Remake at the moment, it's cool and nostalgic, but it's not worth full price because it's basically the same exact original with better graphics. Just kidding. Where are you going with that? Yeah, I was wondering where you were going with the chest that contains everything. It sounds like a deep philosophical thing. The details are absolutely incredible. How's your day so far? Luna, Luxie, thank you for stopping by. My day is going. We basically talked about everything you can talk about, appropriate and inappropriate. We like went down every rabbit hole like we could. I think we concluded that we decide that we live in the Matrix? I don't know. I don't know if we collectively shouted and decided that we live in the Matrix or not. But I'm still not I'm an undecided camp. I missed it all. It got dark during certain moments. It's okay. DPS, the paradox of the universal multitude. The paradox of the universal multitude. I think that's too advanced for me. The joke is that this is an easy discussion. Oh, sorry, I'm too slow. I get what you're saying now. Yeah, like the most profound question to life. We have a couple more hours to go into it. You know, we can probably solve that problem. I prefer dark most of the time. Elizabeth, I was making a joke that we were a bit exhausted of the deep conversations by suggesting a deep. Elizabeth was making a joke that we were a bit exhausted of the deep conversation by suggesting a deep conversation. If the chest contains everything, then it contains itself. I think Diablo 2 had a concept like that, where you had a cube that was bigger inside of itself than it was in itself, and you could like forge certain objects using it. The joke is that this is an easy discussion. I like how you guys spell it out for me. Thank you. I appreciate this. I appreciate the careful spelling. Nah, I understood that. I was just curious with the box things. In short, there cannot be two identical things, but this is a chest with everything. So there's a chest in it that has everything. I also kind of heard like one of these like, it was like one of those like arguments against God, and it was something along the lines of, like, can God create a rock he cannot lift? It kind of reminds me of that sort of similar paradox. I don't know, right? Because if he can create anything, that he can create a rock, and if he can't lift it, then he can't do everything, right? So I don't know. I just thought it was funny. In short, there cannot be two identical. Why can't it be the identical things if it contains everything? I think if a chest that has everything, if you had a chest that has everything in it, right? The problem is that that chest has to be you have an infinite chest problem where the universe just keeps repeating infinitely into itself because if it contains itself within it, right? I'm lost, bro. How can everything fit into a chest? That's a very good question, actually. That's actually, you know what, Elizabeth? That's a really, first of all, explain that part. How'd you get everything into a chest? That's actually a good way to end that conversation. You can't put everything into a chest. You gotta like, you can put some toys in there for sure, but not everything. What the? I might be slow. I'm lost on this one. I think I'm slow, and I've been lost for a while, and that's impossible. I'm not sure what more funny that Elizabeth suggests a philosophical debate to joke about our exhaustion of philosophical debates, or that her joke results in starting another philosophical debate. It's the endless philosophical debate hole. Yeah, is this a magical chest? Because if it's a magical chest, then yeah, you're gonna keep putting things in there unless they don't fit. What the? Thank God I don't pretend to be smart. I always like, whenever I get confused, I just back out of it by being like, what the? And then like, I'm just forgiven. I was very careful, like when I started the stream, never to position myself as smart. I don't know. I'm just asking the questions. I'm just here drawing and asking questions. But if I had been like an edgelord, like if I try to present myself, if I had like been trying to sell the stream as like I'm smart guy, Mr. Smarty Poopy Pants, then I'd have to maintain that image. I made a wise decision by just being honest about my level of intelligence off the get-go. So here we are. What about Mary Poppins' bag? No, you can't open it. You can't have everything in there because you can't fit through the hole, right? No, but I'm genuinely confused by the premise. Chess contains everything but can't have some other magic chest in it? Um, I think once you say the word magic, it's like it's like you can just say, you know what I mean? It's like once you say magic chest, then it's just like anything goes after that point. You know what I mean? There's no more like yeah, these Red Bulls are really good. Sorry, I won't continue because it will take the conversation back to the beginning. That's funny. I looked at what it would take to stream on Rumble last night, and apparently you need 5 followers, and you need to have a premium subscription to stream on Rumble. Do you guys think it's worth it to stream to another platform? Like, should I? Sorry, the bug zapper. Should I like do streaming to Rumble? I don't know if it's like worth it. You know what I mean? Like, or am I crazy? I don't know like anything about Rumble. Like I think I've heard that name before as far as streaming, but streaming on Rumble, what's that? It's just another platform. Do you need to stream on Rumble? Not Rumble, lol? Why not? Isn't it best to just I would like to stream on TikTok. That's where I really want to stream. I just don't have enough. I think you need like 1,000 followers for that program to get activated, so I'm so far away from that. Aren't you streaming on 3 platforms? Yeah, but like normally, sometimes I see certain streamers, they got like one, two, they got like 8 platforms they're streaming to. And I'm not necessarily saying I need to be doing that, but like, if you know, like sometimes I'll pick up somebody off of Kick or YouTube and they go to my Twitch. It's like, if I get like 7 platforms eventually, I can kind of like slowly funnel them into the right place, which is Twitch. I think, I don't know. Right now, right? Unless Kick started paying out, then that would be the thing I pay attention to. I just don't see like what the problem would be, right? Like the more platforms, the more like the wider you're casting the net, it seems like to me. Like I've heard the argument that on Twitch it's better to only stream on Twitch because there's a snowball effect. Like the more viewers you have, the more you're likely to be found. So you don't want to necessarily spread the viewers around all these platforms. You would concentrate them in one area. But I don't have a name. I'm a small fish, right? Like nobody like knows about me. So it's like for me, I don't have like a cluster of people that's congregating. It's more like I just need to I need to just get my thing out there, you know, first before I have like a population that I couldn't even concentrate in one area to like help me out, you know. So it's like I think the best thing is just multi-streaming. Right. That's kind of how I think about it. I'm curious. Can you modify the reward on channel points or watch a stream, or maybe a certain audience size is required for this? Can you modify reward for channel points for watching a stream? You know what? I'm not sure. Rumble is not worth it for the truth teller, red pill morons. Build your TikTok. Always Rumble kind of like, is it more like political over there? If you think it would be good, then do it, I guess. No harm in trying. I just feel because a lot of times the platform will, it'll try to expand by being like more like politically hard right or left or whatever, and then they get an audience in there, and then they kind of become like more moderate, and they try to like once they get the population, they kind of like, you know what it is? It's kind of like Kick, like when they first started off. I don't know about now, but they're known for like extreme content. There's people that are like they're mostly nuisance streamers, but now that they kind of like stabilized, they've kind of put in a little bit of rules, and if they ever get to the size of Twitch or they become a major platform, they're gonna have to iron out the rules and be like very strict, right? It's the same way anything works. If you wanna, you kind of have to take that risk of being like more extreme in the beginning, and then you kind of pacify everyone, right? Like that kind of makes sense to me. That I don't know like what Rumble's deal is. I don't really usually go outside of YouTube to like watch my videos, to be honest. So. Kick is better than Rumble if you want to build on another platform. Yeah, I kind of that's kind of where I'm at. Is like I'm just gonna do the Kick thing. You know, I get like usually like a follower a stream or two followers a stream over there, so I'm just gonna keep that kind of like I'm gonna keep that horsey going. Um, but yeah. Mm, Kick is better than the Rumble if you want to build. Yeah, I've never heard of Rumble, but I'm trust my opinion on what's best internet strategy. Haven't heard that platform. Rumble was marketed for the people having some dissident view, like hating women, being anti-Semitic, etc., etc. I erased Kick. What a horrible place. The darkness has arrived. I erased Kick. What a horrible. Why do you think it's horrible? Like why do you think that? Because I don't like honestly. I've never watched a single thing on Kick. I just stream. Like I never use it. If I want to be, I wouldn't want to be there. I can see some gambling in there. Lol. Oh, is it like a kind of a gambling? Because I always thought Kick was like just for nuisance streaming and gamble. Like basically, it was just like the most degenerate like platform. People that get banned from other platforms end up on Kick. Nice. Yeah, I just thought it was like it was for people who wanted to do like pranks on like homeless people. You know what I mean? It's just like the craziest content you can like come up with. But I am streaming there, you know, because platforms do change over time, you know. The art genering is like non-existent. Yeah, this I did see there was like 6 people streaming and they all had like 3 viewers, so it's probably not where people go to find art. I thought Kick was for gambling and people banned from Twitch. Yeah, right. Yeah, that makes sense. It's also true about Kick. Recently, a French streamer died because of jokes. Oh, it's true about Kick. Recently, a French streamer died because of quote jokes. I know that there was some wrestler that pulled a prank on a guy, and then like this happened in America. Uh, there was some dude, maybe it's even the same guy, but I think the one I'm talking about survived. That he pulled, like somebody went to like a wrestling thing, and they were trying to do something, and then the wrestling guy, I don't know, not the boxer. Okay, that was a different. Yeah, the boxer was a different situation. Like somebody, yeah, but it was Kick related. Like there's people just dying on Kick regularly. You know what I mean? It's like, it just seems like the craziest platform ever. Two different incident on Kicks. Yeah, yeah. So maybe it is a bad. Maybe it's got bad energy. I don't know. Uh, there was something in the UK news last week or so about a French streamer dying. Can't remember why. Is that the one you're talking about, Justine? I think that it. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know about the French stuff. Also, when I wanted to erase my account, I had to send an email to a customer service because there was no option available. Really? That's one way to keep your population going. You just can't get rid of Kick. I do wonder if I should have used my like actual email to sign up for it. I should have used like a proxy email or something. I'm so gullible. They got me. You have to send. You have to like send like a written letter of request through the through some government agency. They abused the dude for years. Oh, I know what you guys are talking about. I did see that. I did see that. He died like during a stream, right? Yeah, very very crazy. I just remembered what you guys were. I did see the. I did see the. I saw it online. I can't remember who I was watching that was talking about it. But yeah. I never forget that they sent a push notification around when they had a podcast on how great Kick was, and everyone was like coming in the stream getting pissed about Kick, and the people streaming were like, "Yeah, but Twitch is just bad. Kick is better," and 10,000 people in chat were just bashing on Kick. I mean, they get paid a lot of money for being positive about Kick. I have heard that Kick pays like a lot of money. True, they pay some streamers huge amounts of money. Wow. Oh, I cannot stop drinking these Red Bulls. I needed to get like one Red Bull, but I bought a pack of 4 like of the tiny ones, and wow, were they delicious. The darkness has arrived. Are you gonna get Battlefield 6? I don't know. Has anyone played the beta? Furrows, what are we doing here? Let's get on Kick. I mean, I'm on Kick. I am streaming to Kick. I played the beta, yes, for 65 hours. Nice. Yeah, I honestly I really like the speed of the game. I thought Battlefield was really it was a nice break from the I almost forgot that I forgot that like people don't move. The beta was really yeah it was. I totally agree. I thought the movement too. I really enjoyed how like compared to Call of Duty, it's just that game is like almost like Quake level. Like the speed of everyone's movement is so insane that I forgot that people don't move that fast. You know, I was playing Battlefield. I'm like, oh yeah, this is like sort of like closer to like how a human moves. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. Despite my issues with giving them access to my kernel root level or whatever on the computer, I thought the game looked great and felt great and stuff. I might have to pick it up if I can find people to play it with. Nah, are you too cute for it? Yeah, and even they even gonna adjust some more. The bunny hopping will not be possible in the new game. Also, the sliding and jumping will not work good. Yeah. I only used Kick once because one of my favorite streamers got banned from Twitch. He's back on Twitch now after he won an appeal against the ban. In COD, everyone is just sliding around like crazy and jumping like crazy. The Battlefield announced they don't want that shit in the game. Yeah, yeah, I'm excited for Battlefield. Oh, Path of Exile released a new. They released a new act on Path of Exile, and it looks good. There's like this prison you can sail to. I really like the new Path of Exile act they got going. Oh yeah, I felt like Apex Legends. It kind of felt like Apex Legends. I will probably always love Call of Duty in my heart of hearts. Even though like I don't play it anymore, I will still like love it on some level just because like that was my favorite shooter for like the longest time. But I don't know if it's the age or what. I just want like normal like I don't want Quake. They're slowly turning Call of Duty into like it's not it's too far from like normal people combat. You know what I mean? I want something that feels like it's like I can at least imagine it being close to like real life kind of. And I think Battlefield is a good balance between game and sim. You know, it's not too simmy, it's not too gamey. You know, it looks great. I might have to pick it up. I'm still kind of debating just because I don't game as much as I used to, but I'm really excited to play some Path of Exile. Does anyone remember Battlefield 20? Is that was the futuristic one? Yeah, I know a lot of people that played 2042, 2142. Wait, are you talking about the old one with Max, the one they made like a while ago? It was like the science fiction one where they had like Max. Or was that the last Battlefield they made that's like in the future slightly? I'm just not sure. But I know a lot of people that played the Battlefield with the mechs. They like swear by it and they love it. I'm thinking, I think I'm one of the few that is looking forward to another sci-fi COD. I wouldn't mind if they said, if they just, I would like COD to just say zombies exist in COD world. COD has turned into a goldmine for social media. Never played 2142. I'm playing the 2042 now, but that feels so horrible now compared to the beta. Yeah, the old 2006 futuristic and Mac. I know people, Elizabeth. I know that people who played the 2142 swear by it, and they seem to like. It seems to be like they want to return to it. So yeah, I know about that game. I never played that one, but I've heard people say that it's like it was like one of the better Battlefields. I myself never partook in it, so. I think maybe like it is kind of a risk for Battlefield to kind of go into the mech kind of arena because it can be. I think it's kind of like when a YouTuber sort of shifts their content. I'm still playing, but to play online now, you need certain actions. Like it's kind of like when a YouTuber like changes their content and the algorithm doesn't recognize it and doesn't push it. It's kind of like if Battlefield did future, like close to future Battlefield, they could like lose that audience, and it could just they could the audience might just go, this is a futuristic mech game instead of Battlefield in futuristic, you know what I mean? That there's that issue. I think that it's hard for them to, especially now, like there's so much competition that it's hard to kind of break out of the mold and try something new because you know it's just tough because you change one thing, people will say there's no innovation, but then you show innovation and they're like it's terrible. Like I hate this, so it's kind of, I get it, it's hard to change stuff. Am I the only one who doesn't hear anything? Is my microphone, can you guys hear me? Like the music, I thought I can hear. Oh, okay. I thought 2042 would be a remake of 2142. To be honest, was disappointed. Yeah, I know people who ran into that game, like they swear by it. And then Battlefield or EA just abandoned that whole idea altogether, and they never went back to it. The thing too is that there was actually a game by what do you call it? There was a game that was made by some company where they did like a Quake version of Battlefield, and it totally flopped on them. So maybe they're afraid of that too. It's like they're afraid to go into the near future kind of Battlefield game because of like, I don't know. It's just it's hard to know why how they make the decisions they make. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, indeed, I was lagging. I think the cotton candy's starting to look good. I'm just trying to. I think I need to like really kind of darken this in with an 8B. I'm kind of avoiding it a little bit, but I need to just darken this in. It looks dark for you guys, but it's not as dark. It's just the bottom, just the way that camera is facing it. It makes it look a lot darker than it actually is. Because compared to this, it's still like a little bit light. I think I'm just about done with this. I just need to like darken this in, maybe correct a few things, and then Justine, I'm gonna work on the face or the mouth thing we were talking about, and send you examples of it after the stream, till we get that right, and then the commish should be complete. But I really just I think I'm pretty much there, except maybe a few spots. I just gotta raise the contrast a little bit, but it's to me it's looking good. I just gotta play around. It's one of those things. It's every time I look at it and I feel like it's done, I find something else I could work on and just pop the contrast a little bit to make things more visible. But we're basically getting there. I think towards where am I at 5 hours? I think I should have this done by the end of today. Even if I don't stream, I'm gonna have to do some drawing off stream and then kind of polish things up and you know. But overall, I'm very happy with. Jipochi, did you want to do the movie thing tonight also, or how are we gonna do that? What flavor is the cotton candy? Sugar. Does a stick of the cotton candy should look wood like have the lines? That's more of an accident. Does the stick of cotton candy should look like wood-like? Are you saying should wood look like have the lines that tree has? That's just more of an accidental thing. I can touch that up later. I feel like I've seen them on both. Like I'm trying to think. I haven't had cotton candy in quite a while. We can skip. I think you finish your commish. Nice. Oh, then yeah, I ordered the spray for the fixative, and I have to play around with that to figure out how to handle the, that part of it. Because I don't want to just send this out. I don't want to just send this out. I want to because it is going to get put into a thing, and then it's going to get taken out. And so even just that movement, if it doesn't get touched any past that, it's still going to have the issue of erasing some of the graphite. Unless, of course, like I said, I need to spray it down. At least give it a light spray. Let that Red Bull energy flow through the drawing. I do, honestly, I feel amazing. I don't even feel, usually by the time I'm getting done with the Red Bull, I need to go to the bathroom, I don't feel good. I feel amazing. Does a stick of the... I already read that. What the... I do feel like I need to darken this, and it's hard to see what's going on here because there's like when I first look over here, it's like I'm having a hard time understanding what's happening this side. I feel like I need to darken in this area here to kind of balance that out so you can see and that's what I mean. You can just kind of put so much time into working everything out visually. No driving today, Pochi. A while ago I did. Their schedule changed. It's earlier than usual. Pochi, you're doing them a solid with all that driving you're doing. For this family, it's the least I could do for this family. You were just adorable, says Justine. Bro, I would be complaining the entire time. Oh, the music ended. Duh. What the? I'm a Garfield. I'd love a lasagna. I would too. Nice, I'm really spot on then. I pegged you good for once. after we watched yesterday, I fell down the rabbit hole of the YouTube channel Archivist, where he tells the downfall of social media influencers. Just hope you wouldn't get to be there. Just hope you wouldn't get to be there. Oh, yeah. Like, what's the reason that most of them fell out? Is it because I feel like a lot of it is probably like streaming while drunk, and then they just go on a rant or something? Then that's like the beginning of the downfall. I mean, everyone has a downfall eventually, right? Like, it's alright. I'm ready for it. There was a lot of triggering stuff, the R stuff. Like, you mean like... Because I remember, not surprising, I know that, do you guys remember, not to bring up, well, I guess he's a public figure, but do you guys remember, what's his name? Anyway, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. They got caught, but still trying to find other ways to go around it. It's mostly from YouTubers and TikTokers who I haven't heard about. There's also the guy from TikTok who went to YouTube, steals content from small YouTubers. That happens a lot with everyone, even the thumbnails. What do you guys think my downfall will be? I'll be the one that never falls. To be fair, the male species do have a problem with those stuff. I have heard that some brand do collab with men until long time to be sure that they will not out it as work or PDF. Song already said it so many times. It happens too fast. You trade your passion for glory. That's a good point. I think there's a little bit of like the selling out kind of thing too. Is like people feel like there was someone I used to watch, and then they started doing the not enough pickles. Oh, I know. Oh, they started doing Foros debunked. They started doing commercials that I found were like, I'm like, how can you? You know what I mean? It's like they were the kind of person that would speak out against certain things. Then they started doing commercials very casually about things that can ruin your life. Let's put it that way. And I was like, yo, this is kind of weird, you know. And I definitely like. I mean, it changed my perception of, you know. So I do think there's that. It's like I don't understand how they can like. It's like I gotta look up what the Queen of Hearts looks like and stuff. So that is a little weird, I guess. You know what I mean? It's like let's say if I, as a traditional artist, started selling like one of those AI programs for you to go and like, um, you know what I mean? Like started like promoting, I don't know, like, you know, that you should like go do like a program that will let you simulate drawing and like that no one can tell you didn't draw it kind of thing. What, you know what I mean? Like like it's kind of like, it was a little disappointing to see that character that I used to listen to. So it's, but I mean, I get it. It's a lot of money, right? If they're offering you like crazy money, I gotta look up Queen card. Oh, this is YouTube. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, those programs like fact checker type of program. Let's see, I gotta. Child killing goats, downfall. Child killing goats, the downfall of Foros. Isn't it funny how I'm like already like concerned about my downfall, as like I'm like I'm streaming to a handful of people, and I'm like, how am I gonna have my downfall? The only thing I want from AI is to teach me how to draw, and not the AI making. That's, yeah. I think AI is good in terms of like sort of research. Like if you're like, show me a cylinder, or like you know, have it generate things for you as a reference or whatever. I think that's fine. You know what I mean? I'm not like I'm not anti technological development. I'm just saying that, you know what I mean. I think there are people who are convinced that like when they use AI, like type into prompt, that they are doing a more advanced version of being like an artist. And I think it's sort of scary for them. You know what I mean? I'm like, that is a weird thing to like actually believe in. That's one good use of AI, but then I think it's gonna spoon feed you. What was I doing? Oh yeah, card. See, like if I'm looking up a reference for a card, but if I were to go to ChatGPT and I said render a card, it's not that different than looking up a reference, right? And we're all cool with looking up references, so I don't really see AI as like in that scenario. I don't see it as an enemy. I really like don't even like really care. Like at the end of the day, I'm just saying that like, because my interest is drawing. You know what I mean? I don't like, I really enjoy it, so. The shiny cleaver, wow, I didn't know why my mind expected to see a reflection. That would have been, dude, that would be crazy level of skill. Put my own, like, you just see my face in there. This music here almost reminds me of like Prometheus or something. There are now people who swear their ChatGPT is conscious and their number is growing every day, and that number is growing every day. Or they try to make it conscious, which is even funnier. Yeah, bro. You know what? That could actually be a good workout planner. AI can be good if you ask it to. It's something like give me a 6-month plan to gradually improve. Insert skill. I don't like it telling me how to improve skill. I don't know. It doesn't know. I do love using ChatGPT for like finding stuff. Sometimes I can't remember the name of the game, and I'm like, around Xbox One era, this, and I just describe the game, and it finds the name like when I can't remember. That I really enjoy, like finding old trinkets, like is really helpful. Just treat it with kindness and respect, so Terminator could be avoided. I do think to some extent the AI will be like a reflection of us, right? Like that's what it has to be. We're the ones making it. It is going to be what we are now, right? Like, kind of like. So we'll kind of see. HM says, thanks for sharing your skills, man. This is so relaxing to watch. Thank you, HMOH. I appreciate the glaze. The glaze is always appreciated. I just want ChatGPT to sound like Hal from 2001. Now those stupid friendly voice pretending to be human. I think that would be really cool, actually. That would be really cool. I'm surprised it's not in there. Maybe I just watched too much Detroit Become Human play, playthroughs. I always try to say thank you. Gotta show respect to the future kings. I agree. I kind of do the same thing. Like, not even on purpose, but like, I will say thank you to ChatGPT for some reason sometimes. Um, or sound like the computer from Star Trek Next Generation. I think a Hal would be a good, or yeah, Hal would be a good sort of voice mod for ChatGPT. Space Odyssey, I haven't watched it. Space Odyssey is a legendary movie. I didn't fully understand it, if I'm being honest. There was like the beginning with like the proto people, and they find a like an obelisk. I can't say I fully understood the movie, but I liked it. I definitely had to watch a few YouTube videos to like connect some of those more nuanced dots. It's amazing, but it's a bit slow-paced, artsy film. If you like that sort of thing, you will like it. It's depends on my mood. Movies, I guess I'll eventually watch it. But just so you know, it is considered like a legendary movie. I want mine to sound like a drag drag queen. Noise. You know what I didn't even think about is what to when I post this, like what to title this. I don't have any ideas. I could just title it Clown, right? Like just call it Clown. What the? Yeah, Sonny, we are alive for the dogs. 2001 is like a sensory experience more than anything else. If you can watch it at the cinema or decent home theater, you will get the best out of it. Like Mrs. or Miss Clown or something like that. Have you tried sculpting or figurine work? No, I have not. I have tried sculpting like one time, but I wouldn't say like if you try something like one time for fun, that's not really like trying it. That's just more, playing around or whatever. Yeah. So I would say no, I have not tried. I'm adding those strings into the cotton candy. Black Fantasia. Also, yeah. What is the name of the clown? I don't really have a name. With a K, cause she's a killer. Oh, like with a K, cause she's a killer. Just let me know if you wanna watch later. On Insta or Discord. Looks pretty for first time. I wouldn't mind watching 2001 on Discord. It's quite long though. I think the bottom of this cotton candy is starting to look really good. Like I believe it. I'm starting to get really happy over there with that. Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind. Do you mean later today? I won't today. I'm going to fall asleep soon, but I will definitely participate in future movies. You could probably add some spiral details on the handles of the cotton candy, but that's just me. Oh, you know what? That's a good idea. You know what? That's actually a good idea. The spiral idea. I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna do that right now. still feel like there's a few spots like right here I need to like darken into. It's just the more you work on it, the better it looks, and that's the problem with like leaving it alone. Is it's like, but there's a couple more spots where I could like squeeze out a little bit of something out of it. Where's that tiny eraser? We'd probably skip though. Foro's got to finish the commish, and we'd love to have you on there. No, you guys can totally watch the... You can't watch the Aliens without me, but you can watch Space Odyssey. But Aliens is not allowed. We're all watching that together. No one is allowed to watch Aliens. Is it me or does it kind of look like a drill going into the ground? Maybe I need to make these lines thicker. I was just laughing at some details you guys pointed out that were stupid and Prometheus. Your music makes me feel like I'm in the intro of an animated movie, which Which playlist is this? This is from Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah, this music is from Kingdom Come Deliverance. Some of it actually kind of sounds Prometheus a little bit. It has that Prometheus. I wish I could just play tracks from movies. That would save me a lot of headache. There's a lot of good ones I know that are like kind of like this energy level, but aren't illegal to play. I don't know why. Why did I draw the other stick wrong? I don't know why I thought I needed to like erase part of it. Probably just erase all this back down and then redraw it. I don't know why I thought I needed to do it the way I did. I do kind of wonder how they turn sugar into like hair, essentially, like really thin hair. Like I don't like get it, like what the process is. I don't even like cotton candy that much, but I just need to know how they're turning that into that. Easy when you heat sugar, it turns to caramel. that's right. And so then the machine, like, it melts. Now you make a machine that heats it and also does thin lines of it. So does it like blow in the caramel to like? I get that makes sense. So now you got it in like a liquid form. Then something happens to like get little strands of it, right? The origins of cotton candy trace back centuries to Renaissance Italy. What the? When chefs manually spun sugar by melting it and pulling strands with forks, draping them over the broom handles to create elaborate cloud-like confessions. Wow. You learn something new every day. Aries, what are you doing? Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Oh, you're a good boy. Oh. I'm probably going to take him for a walk after the stream. That is interesting. I didn't know Italians invented sugar or cotton candy. My dog just needs to learn to open doors for himself at this point. It's like... Italians are killing it in the food production. Yeah. One time I did take like one of those cheap pizzas, Walmart pizzas, and I tried cooking it over a wood burning stove, and actually I got pretty good results. I think it's time for you to DIY a doggy door. What about the winter time though? I don't understand, like, how would the winter, wouldn't a bunch of cold get in during the winter time? And then I would have to keep the screen door open for him to actually be able to like leave. I just don't understand, like there's already like a lot of cold coming in, right? Like, aren't I trying to prevent that from happening? I think the spirals do look a lot better. You make one that with a collar activated ones. Yeah, I just don't understand the doggy door concept. Like, how do you make a doggy door that doesn't let a bunch of cold air in, like, constantly? I've seen the ones with the flaps, but that doesn't seem like... That seems like you're gonna get a crazy amount of cold air in anyway, you know? It's an access to thieves too. Yeah, it does make your door permanently like they can get through it anytime they feel like it. Essentially, you don't have a door anymore. And my dog does not. He's not good at defending the house. I think that's starting to look better. Like I said, I'm definitely gonna work on this a little bit off stream later on. Just after I take a break and walk the dog and stuff, I'm gonna have to come back to it and kind of go over some things, finish the mouth and stuff like that. Or a button that opens the door so you can just press it while you stream. That seems like that's a several dollar, like that's gonna cost a couple. I don't know like what that would cost to install, but I feel like I'm not gonna do that. But it would be nice to have an automatic door, yeah. I've been drawing this whole time. My hands hurt. I'm just getting started. This is just the beginning for me. No, I gotcha. My hands don't really hurt from drawing usually, as long as they get propped up correctly. I don't really feel any kind of discomfort. Are you working on those spiral? I have old lady hands. Do you have Are you drawing those spirals you were showing us on the Discord channel? One second, I'm gonna let them out really quick. been drawing this whole time. My hands hurt. I have all the. I wish my brain would let me draw something different. I mean, it looks really cool. Oh my god. My name is Duddies. Thank you for the follow, Duddies. I appreciate. My name is Duddies. Hello. I'm going to bed. See you later. Thank you, Kamuwamu. See you. Have a good night. Wow, very nice art. Welcome to the Discord. Did you send him a link? I don't know if you sent him a link. Thank you. My name is Duddies. This marker or no? No, it's just pencil. Everything you see is pencil. Sorry, my English very bad because I'm Czech Republic. What the? Nice. I hear good things about the Czech Republic. I'm not sure exactly where it is, but I've heard of that name before. The Czech Republic. Part of the reason it looks the way it does is there's a little bit of a contrast add on the camera, so you're seeing a little bit of that kind of contrast come through. Chat has different flavors from around the world. Yeah. Indeed. I'm sorry I'm going to sleep. Tired? See you soon. Thank you. My name is Dutzy. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate. Alright. I'm just trying to think here. Where do I really need to spend my energy further down in this on this drawing? Hopefully, I'm really hoping all of this like extra rendering I'm doing is like kind of translates to the final product. So I've had some instances where I put a ton of shading and it just kind of didn't translate that much. Jupoji says, I think it's looking awesome. Did I already read that? I can't remember. I think I'm gonna go take a break. I know it's a little early, but I'm gonna take a break, just walk the dog, let my brain rest, cut, and then do some final sort of renderings, fix the mouth, do the mouth thing, and I kind of feel like I'm there, like I'm mostly there. I'm mostly there now. Although I say that and now I'm like kind of like seeing things I can like render out here. Gotta refresh that good brain of yours. Yeah. Well, I think I was running this whole time on Red Bull, and then like the Red Bull kind of ran out. What is that lamp? What is the lamp you're using? This one right here. This one. I got two. I got like this three. I got like one with three bulbs in it. It's like the same concept, like an LED kind of thing, and then I forget what the name of it is. This one you can probably, yeah, I bought them a while ago, but yeah, it's just a lamp. I don't know. That's what happens when you drink energy drink. Yeah, like once it runs out, it's like you get depressed and you just want to sit in the dark. But it's like it's totally opposite, like when you're drinking them. And it ran out quick too. The energy. I feel like I need to go eat a sandwich or something. Or I don't know. Just kind of give my brain a little breaky break. And then I'm just gonna like I said, once I get the mouth thing fixed, then I'm going to spend the rest of the evening just kind of tightening things up. And when the can of the fixative comes in, I'm gonna try experiment with like on other pictures that I don't care about, putting the the whatever, securing it, and then I'm gonna replicate what I did here if that works there. I ordered that Krylon kind of stuff, so yeah, we'll see kind of how it goes. But that's kind of where I'm at right now. Let me touch up this hair. Like realistically, if I wanted to, I could I do wonder, like, what if I just kept a picture and I just kept tinkering with it here and there, just like for weeks, you know what I mean? Just like, what would it look like if I just had a side project that I kind of finished and then just kept coming back to. Greetings, my apologies for being so late. I was occupied a lot today, but I hope the stream has been good so far, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. And of course, it's nice to meet y'all. Thank you, person with an Asian name. I'm not really sure how to translate that. He redacted the message. It's fine. Johnny Peterson, thank you, man. Thank you for stopping by. Looks like all the cool kids are showing up on YouTube. But yeah, the lamp, I don't know. It was like it's something you can get on. You can get it. You can get this lamp at like it's an Amazon lamp. You know, it's a pretty good one, but it's not nothing special. You can if you look up just just type in drawing lamp on Amazon and you'll find some equivalent to it. But you do want to make sure that you get a three phase. I forget what it's called. It's like there's some lamps. There's like a they have certain amount of hertz or whatever, like the frequency that they produce the light. I don't know if that makes sense, but some of them have. Basically, you want the one that does the most flickers. Basically, that lets your eye not get tired the fastest. The more flickering it does, essentially, and those tend to be drawing lamps that are more expensive. If you there's some lamps that are dim and they don't have the high frequency flicker and your eye just gets tired. It's like you're torturing your eye to see. It's using more energy to see because it's not getting as much light. Actually, like you won't notice it with the naked eye, but you're not getting as much light because of the frequency of the flicker. So that's something to look into when you go. That's the important thing really about the lamp shopping is you got to make sure you get the better frequency ones. Not so much all the other aspects. Yeah, as far as the design, it doesn't like really matter. As long as it suits your style. Like all of mine are like very industrial and brutalist looking. How do you deal with not being able to sit? Wait, how do you deal with not being able to sit still? Is that ever a problem you have? I've been pacing around past couple of days trying to make myself sit down and write. No, I love sitting. Sitting is like one of my favorite hobbies. I always look forward to it. It reflects on paint and it's wait. I have a similar Pixar lamp from IKEA and is giving too much light. It reflects on paint and it's glossing. Yeah, all you can do is play around with the angle within that. This lamp is also nice because you can like change the I don't know how much it's coming through, but like the like right now it's warm yellow and then you can go like gloss white. Yeah, the camera is like washing it out, but you can definitely see it in real life. You know, I like to do the warm light. It kind of is more comforting to the eye. I feel like it's not so industrial looking. I think all that sugar and caffeine definitely kept me from getting hungry throughout the stream. Usually I get hungry at a certain point, but I'm not even like a little hungry. I'm sure I'm gonna hit up like a real crash here pretty soon and get super, you know, hungry. But yeah, Johnny Pearson. Sorry, I've sort of. I don't know. I don't know if I fully answered that. I kind of. I never have that issue. I always want to sit down. Maybe a sitting desk or a standing desk. Maybe that could like. Uh, you know what I mean? Maybe a standing desk situation could help. So that you can start writing and then your mind is occupied and then you like slowly sit you like ease yourself into sitting down. Maybe I think I need to learn to just start and can get into the groove even if I'm uncomfy. So you're not comfortable, like you just have too much energy. I have been pacing around past couple of days trying to make myself sit down and write. I do change my body position a lot. You know what I mean? I do have a hard time with like sitting down the same. I do tend to like like the only thing I can say is like you gotta change. You can't just sit normal. Is like maybe sit down like Indian style and then like switch positions constantly because that's kind of what I do. Is I'll constantly keep shifting around in the chair. Like I do a lot of that, but I do it like unconsciously. It's not really like a strategy to deal with anything. I just always have been that way. So maybe try just being like just shift around back and forth. I feel him. I'll try that. Nice. I hope it works. It works for me. I also I can sit fine all day. It's just but I do shift like you know what I maybe a bigger maybe it's because you have like a like one of those kitchen chairs, and you need like a chair that's big enough that you can like just take different positions in. Uh, I think it's also the Jipochi says I think it's also the environment. Sometimes it clutters the mind. There is that aspect of it too. But I would say maybe get a comfy gaming chair that you can that is bigger than like that isn't just as big, you know. Like it's bigger than what you need so you can like kind of like put your legs up there and put them down and like shift around because if you have like one of those square uncomfortable kitchen chairs, I don't know how anyone can sit in that for any length of time. I use a kitchen chair. What the guys, you gotta get a chair like you gotta like get to a better chair as long as your butt is comfy. I mean if you're taco man, if you're saying you're comfy doing that, I'm happy for you. I could not live like that these days. I have a cushy couch thing that I kind of fall into. That'll work. I mean if you're writing, I don't know how you write. Maybe some people need a more rigid situation for like writing so you're in the right mindset. Maybe the couch situation will cause its own issues, but for me, I just, you know, I just need like a little bit of space. But for sculpting, I use a home pot folding chair. Home Depot folding chair. I use a dining chair in the Philippines. Maybe you need to write using feather and ink. Home Depot, yeah. Actually, those are really comfy. Home Depot chairs are actually really comfy. Thank you for the dance, First Transit. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I've only maybe had once in my life where I felt like so excited and amped up where I couldn't sit. Like that's happened literally like one time, and every other time I've wanted to sit. Maybe get a notepad so you can like start writing as you're pacing around with the ideas. And then like once you get into it, you just sit down and write like more sort of more than just the notes, you know? Like you gotta trick yourself into it. It sounds like. I think what I'll have to do is make myself find a chore to do until I burn off some energy, then sit down to write. Or just force myself either way. Yeah. A lot of times the forcing doesn't like work for me because like for me like the because like you can force yourself once, but then like your brain finds a way to trick you. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know. My brain is always like it's really good at tricking me into not being able to force. Like I'll be like I can do it in a little bit, and then the little bit comes and I just never get it. You know. I've once trolled under a debunking video about fakes of exploring exploding office chairs. So you guys heard? I actually heard about that. Like I got a little paranoid once I trolled under a debunking video about fakes of exploding office chairs. I wrote that it happened to me since since I'm known as office chair man, half office chair, half man. What do you guys think? Like, I heard that the office chair thing is like real. Like the pistons explode. It doesn't really make sense to me that they have enough like pressure, but it looked like the Chinese ones. They were dropping sandbags, and then all with always a comfortable seat. I'm still kind of undecided. The hydraulics explodes. The hydraulics explodes. My brain has serious battles. It drives me crazy. I just HMOH. Can you tell me? Do you think that that's real? I honestly don't. I honestly don't know because it seems kind of like not real. Like a piston exploding to the point where your body's like destroyed, like a grenade went off. But they did test them, and it does look like you can set those if they're not built properly. You can set them off to where they like blow up your body. So if you're sitting right now on an office chair, just know that at any moment, just know that at any moment when you're sitting on a gaming chair or an office chair, like go watch those exploding videos where they like drop sandbags on them and they're not built correctly. You could be dead at any second right now. It is a fake. No, it is a fake. But I don't I just I don't know. I hope it is fake because like I have zero confidence like that they're not gonna, you know what I mean, like I just can't imagine because it's like when you lift the chair up to go up, you lift the handle and you have to like it does go up by itself, but there's no way there's enough pressure there to like explode like that through your body. I just think it would be so like if office chairs would randomly kill. Imagine if like you could randomly die like that and it was never addressed. That was just part of life. It's like, oh wait, Bill, oh he died. The office chair like killed him. He sat down a little too fast, and his body's they had to scrape it off the ceiling. Off the ceiling. Your gaming chair will explode for us if you drink one more energy drink. No, I've seen the dude prank his dog on one of those chairs. It exploded. I've seen it done to people. No, but that's when people set people up. You can put obviously like expanding things to, you know, people sit down, then it explodes. And honestly, that's crazy to do to somebody because like I feel like if you're not sitting just right and then something explodes under you, like you can like damage your spine. You know what I mean? Because there's enough force. These people are flying into the air. There's no way that you couldn't accidentally damage their spine doing that. You know what I mean? Like, but even if it's a bag or something like that, I wouldn't recommend doing that prank. But the video he's talking about, there was like this conspiracy or there's this debunking video showing that apparently like office chairs can like violently explode, like the piston under you that you like lift and it like goes through your body or whatever. There was like they thought that was real. I don't know myself. The video to me seemed pretty convincing that if they're built wrong, it can do that. So just something to think about. I've never seen it happen. I've never heard of it happening, but in China, I guess like if it's not built right, you know, you can just get deleted. Well, you wouldn't die, but you would go to the hospital for sure. I have to stop thinking about exploding chairs because I can't stop smiling. Yeah, but those pranks where people put like exploding bags or whatever under people to like make them like, I just think that's totally insane. I just don't see how that like wouldn't cause damage potentially, like serious harm to someone doing that. You know. Hmm. feel like I'm getting close to being done with this. I feel like it's getting there. Oh, thank you. Looks awesome, man. Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna stand up here a little bit so I can kind of see it more objectively. I think as I look at it, I'm in a good place right now with it. I think I'm gonna go walk the dog, mow the back of my lawn before the sun sets. It's crazy. It's already getting like a little dark at 6 p.m. or yeah, which is kind of nice that days are cooling down. I feel like I'm in a good place. I'm gonna go take a break, fix the mouth, send in photos, and then work on. Like I said, I'm gonna have to put this off to the side and then wait till my, maybe like I still want to make the gloves a little darker though. Make the gloves a little darker, but overall, I'm happy with where I'm at. I'm happy with where I'm at. I really thought I was gonna be done like 3 hours in, but I just keep finding like little things to fix, you know? It's like, what the? Yeah. I'm sure the thing is, it's good to let your brain rest and come back to it, because you'll see it with more you'll see things more objectively. Like you gotta let your brain kind of rest up a little bit before you come back to a problem. Still streaming is perfect. Thank you, Baku. I appreciate you saying that I'm perfect. Random question. What is your favorite fairy tale and fairy tale character? Oh, jeez. Can we count Pan's Labyrinth, that movie? That's my favorite fairy tale. No, what's my favorite fairy tale? I only know, like, the Little Red Riding Hood. You know what I mean? I know about Grula. I'd have to go with Grula, the Icelandic troll that eats children, right? Because I recently drew. That's the one I drew the most recently, so that's the one I'm familiar with. Only classic fairy tales. I'm sure, like off the top of my head, I'm not remembering other ones. I'm sure there's like, you know, I've, I'm sure I could remember other ones, but Little Red Riding Hood. Does Alice in Wonderland count as a fairy tale, or is that more of a different thing? I'm not sure if that counts as a fairy tale. But, you know, I don't know if I have like a favorite one. So, anyway, I'm gonna have to. I think I'm gonna go walk my doggy before it gets dark. I'll probably mow the lawn tomorrow morning or something. It counts? Nice. Anyway, I don't know why I got. It feels like it got quiet. I think it's the music getting quieter, but it feels like it got quieter. Anyway, I'm gonna get off of the wait. Japochi gives me orcs. One-eyed orc cyclopses or something. Anyway, I'm gonna end YouTube and I'm gonna go and walk my dog, feed the dog, and I'll be back tomorrow for you guys. But I'm gonna try and get this done and published before tomorrow. That's my hope. But I need some approval stuff to happen first. Walk the baby. Yeah. All right. Thank you guys. See you guys later. YouTube. Goodbye. I'm gonna raid out Twitch really quick. Let's raid out Twitch.